I'm going to speak right now. Yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentlelady from Texas, a member of the Judiciary Committee, Ms. Jackson Lee.
The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized for 2 minutes.
I would say, here we go again. For those of us who've served in the United States Congress, this is here we go again. This is legislation that is attempting to be wrapped in mercy, that is without mercy. First of all, it is without fact. It is extremely important to know that if you are here in the United States Congress, you know the history, because we've already passed the bipartisan Born Alive Infant Protection Act, which reiterates the fact that it is illegal to interfere with a newborn. They are protected from both intentional harm by healthcare performers and harm from medical negligence. Plain and simple, period at the end of the sentence. So why are we here today? We're here today for news clips. We're here today for quotes and condemnation of that other side of the aisle that wants to be reckless with the life of a child. I can assure you that those of us who have given birth, those of us who have lost in the birth process, are extreme lovers of those wonderful opportunities of life. I refuse and reject a condemnation of my personal self, because I believe these decisions are with a God, the woman's God, the family's God, her faith, doctors, and of course, the persons who are part of the medical profession. I have article after article that talks about the tragedy of partial birth abortion, the name used more than a decade ago. You see, they always find creative names to be able to be criminalized. We heard from a member from a rural community that said, how dare you grab up the child, put them in an ambulance to take them hundreds of miles away from that family. Or maybe the family who found out that the multiple abnormalities of their child would not allow them to live. And they had waited 8 years for this wonderful baby. The decisions, unfortunately, neither life nor death come easily for these children. There's a painful existence marked by periods of breathing cessation and seizures when they are born. Because of my OB was unable to get a good image of the brain until the 13th week, we understand that these are personal decisions. We understand that these are painful decisions. So I stand with those families. I refuse to condemn those families, and I refuse to be merciless. I'm giving mercy and voting against this legislation, voting against it now.
Time has.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's been 38 years, and I rise with enthusiasm on introducing H.R. 40, the Commission to Study Reparation Proposals for African Americans Act. I'm pleased to reintroduce it and to acknowledge to my friends and colleagues that it was first introduced in 1989 after the implementation of the American Civil Liberties Act that provided compensation to Japanese Americans. But H.R. 40 does not focus on all of that only. It focuses on the study of slavery and the understanding of what would be the next steps to end the vast disparities in the African American community, even today in 2023. And so this introduction allows for a study, an analysis, and action. I'm pleased of the more than 350 organizations, CEOs, scholars, state and local officials, members of Congress who have been supportive of understanding the era of slavery in this country. The 13th Amendment may have ended slavery, but the disparities exist. Let us pass H.R. 40, the Commission to Study Slavery and Develop Reparation Proposals. I yield back.
This is Ms. Jackson Lee.
Gentlewoman from Texas is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentleman very much. Mr. Cole, I remember after 9/11 when we all worked together to ensure the protection of the American people through the Patriot Act and dealing with the FISA courts. We worked together because truth is important. And so I just want to simply be on the floor today to speak about truth. I work with my school boards across my district. I know that there's not one school board that does not welcome a parent to hear their voices, because obviously they are partners in the education of our precious children. But in September 2021, the National School Board Association sent Mr. Biden a letter pointing to a trend of violence and threats against school officials. It included a brief reference to Mr. Smith's arrest incident and a long list of examples with a footnote to a news account of the meeting that mentioned the arrest in passing, but without details like his daughter's daughter's assault. But the point is that this came about because there were threats against school board members. And so can we have truth here? And that's what I rise to bring to the attention of this body as relates to this committee and this select committee. Is it going to be truth-finding, or is this going to be a committee that is going to collect information or otherwise investigate citizens of the United States and gives the most right-wing members who may have an axe to grind to participate? Or is it going to be fair? Is it going to be a gross misuse of power with dangerous implications, unintended consequences, and could potentially expose general operations of our national security infrastructure, which will put American lives at risk? Let me be very clear. Russia is one of our most dangerous adversaries. We're in the middle of a national security quagmire. And to undermine that through investigations of the FBI and Central Intelligence is going to be extremely dangerous. The passage of this resolution would also give MAGA Republicans the ability to interfere in ongoing criminal investigations, including those investigating the extremists.
The lady is recognized for 60 seconds.
I thank you. Including those investigating that day that some declared was just a bunch of tourists on January 6, 2021. I've worked with my friends on the other side of the aisle. I've worked with Mr. Roy. But is this a question of truth? That is the issue that we stand here today. In this country, no one is above the law. And to suggest that some people should be because they don't agree with the force of law being applied to their activities is contrary to the very fabric of fairness, justice, and equality that America was founded on. Let me, as an aside, indicate that we know what has been in the headlines. 10 documents found in a locked closet that Mr. Biden may have had. Well, you know what, Mr. Speaker? The process of the law is proceeding. The call was made, the documents were surrendered, if you will, and the process goes forward under the laws of this land. No one denied it, no one rejected it, no one did not in any way come to say anything other than follow the law. On the other hand, in Mar-a-Lago, no law was found. I ask my colleagues to consider the truth
lady's time has expired.
And vote against this
Gentleman from
particular
Massachusetts
resolution.
will reserve.
Ms. Jackson Lee for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I guess the opportunity to be privileged to serve in the United States Congress with a little over 10,000 members over the decades, and for the years of service that I have given at the privilege and at the decision of my constituents, allows me to look over the landscape of the journey that we have taken. I was here when medical procedures for parents who wanted nothing more than a healthy baby were then characterized as a criminal act and called partial birth abortion. When a mother had to make a decision with her God, her doctor, and her family, I remember the hearings in the Judiciary Committee where mothers were crying because of the medical procedure that was necessary to save their life. We've now come full circle, and the extremists want to again demonize parents who are desperate for a healthy child. I've seen this before. Extremist views, criminalizing a medical choice that has to be made, criminalizing abortion from east to west and north to south. I will not have it. I know that this is a most personal decision and one that families do not want to make. But as a person of faith, I believe it should be that woman, that family, that God, and that doctor. And so unfortunately, today we will have the effort to criminalize these actions of doctors. You see, I come from a state where the state legislature and governor passed a bounty hunter bill to go after doctors and nurses that would be giving medical care to innocent women and to individuals who were seeking that care. How outrageous in a constitutional democracy that you want to injure people, you want to undermine doctors and undermine nurses. What an outrage. Again, this extremist agenda continues. But yet, in the face of a 13-year-old being shot to death in the District of Columbia with a gun, the guns are rampaging across America. Guns of a 6-year-old who shot a teacher, mass murders more extensive in this last year, 2022, than ever. There's not a real effort to ensure that guns are not proliferating in the hands of those who should not get them. Guns that should actually have penalties for those who do not store it, penalties for manufacturers who do not indicate and label and insist that guns be stored, or in fact the universal background check that has not been able to be passed. These are things that could save lives of living individuals who are now at the brunt end of gun violence. Yes, putting guns in the hands of people that should not have them, having better mental health services, red flag laws. But the way the bill was written, you have to opt in. So states like Texas, they will not opt into a red flag law to protect people. And all I see in my area, not because police are not working as hard as they can, but domestic violence with guns, day after day after day and week after week, because guns are in the hands of the wrong people. And so, Mr. Speaker, I stand here today to say there's a lot of good work we can do together. There's a lot of good work that Democrats have done, and we're seeing it in the bipartisan infrastructure bill and dealing with climate change, which is evident by the tragedy that is happening to our friends in California. But I'm glad to stand up here today and announce something really good, that today, because of Democrats, the Social Security recipients will have an 8.7% increase in their COLA. And I will go home over the weekend and over these days and into Martin Luther King's celebration, where he believed in lifting the least of those, and be able to say to those Social Security recipients, you've got an 8.7% increase in your COLA because of Democrats and President Biden. We intend to do things, to be active on behalf of the American people. We intend to cure problems, not make problems. We intend to help our school children, help our teachers, help our nurses, help our doctors, help those senior citizens who I see in the senior citizens community centers saying, when are we going to get the ability to have a cost of living so that we can live? Because we have been the ones that have helped build this nation. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I want my colleagues and the administration to be unafraid of moving forward on H.R. 40. Isn't it time that we assess the impact of slavery in this country? Over 200 years, never been addressed.
The gentlewoman's time has expired.
H.R. 40 needs to pass on the issue of studying slavery and developing reparation proposals. I yield back. Thank you, Mr.
The gentlewoman yields back.
The gentlelady from Texas is recognized for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
Thank you very much. I see that I have my good friend, Mr. Pallone, over on this side, and I thought I would have my good friend from South Carolina, but now I have my good friend from Texas who is here, and I'm sure they understand that everybody who comes to the floor is sincere. The gentlelady from New York and others that have offered their amendments, they are sincere, they are factual, they have knowledge. I just want to put that into the record so that no one's integrity is challenged. I am sincere, and I believe that we need to have a little history lesson as to what the Strategic Petroleum Reserve is all about. It exists first and foremost as an emergency response tool that the President can use should the United States be confronted with an economically threatened disruption in oil supplies. It is also where oil can be released from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve under exchange arrangements similar to loans with private companies. Exchange contracts provide for a loan of crude oil to be repaid in kind within a certain time frame and with additional petroleum barrels. However, as we move toward an increasing respect for climate change, I think amendments have to be in place that strategically allow for the utilization of this reserve to decrease emissions, to provide relief in emergencies, and to understand that we must have a 21st century strategic petroleum reserve. Let me cite for you when this reserve has been used. 2005 Hurricane Katrina sale, 1991 Operation Desert Storm, 1990 Desert Storm Shield Test, 2006 Ship Channel Closure Exchange, 2006 Barge Accident Exchange, 2005 Hurricane Katrina Exchange, 2000 Heating Oil Exchange. Again, it is doing what it's supposed to do. At the same time, I believe it's important to modernize the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. I have a very simple amendment, and my amendment would preserve exchanges that occur and protect the nation from gasoline shortages and likely much higher fuel prices following natural disasters. We have had many, and I cannot for the life of me understand the opposition to what President Biden did, where we have heard complete silence about high gasoline prices. And so it is important in Amendment number 35 that we have the ability to help those desperately suffering from natural disasters that certainly occur in the Gulf, but they also occur on the Atlantic, they occur in the Pacific, and we need to be able to help the American people. I ask my colleagues to support Jackson Lee Amendment number 35 that would preserve exchanges that occur to protect the nation from gasoline shortages in the likely face of the terrible natural disasters that have hit our American citizens or our country in various reasons. With that, I reserve.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Speaker, I rise to ask unanimous consent to speak for 1 minute. I rise today to remind my colleagues of the scourge of human trafficking and its impact on children. It is well known that human trafficking is more profitable than drug trafficking because the vicious cycle of using someone over and over again is both profitable and obviously devastating for that human being. In children and youth, they are used for sex trafficking. It's well known that you are apt to be trafficked from your school, from your primary or secondary school, online. And so I've introduced H.R. 30. I ask my colleagues to join me to Stop Human Trafficking at School Act, joined by my colleague, Congressman McCall, the chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee. We have seen human trafficking go beyond the borders of this nation. It is international. It is dastardly, as said. It is in airports. It's in bathrooms and public transit places. And I want to congratulate the NTZ operation in my own community that has stopped human trafficking at sports arena. Let's protect our children. Join H.R. 30, Stop Human Trafficking at Schools. I yield back.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield now 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Sheila Jackson Lee.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I thank the ranking member and I thank the manager of this legislation. However, Mr. Speaker, I rise today to try and speak something called common sense speak. And that is for my colleagues to understand that Americans reject confusion and chaos. According to the New York Times, an abrupt end to the emergency declarations would create wide-ranging chaos and uncertainty throughout the healthcare system for states, for hospitals and doctors' offices, and most importantly for the tens of millions of Americans that has evidence. This is on the data from the White House, which, by the way, under President Joe Biden, crafted a White House COVID task force that began to calm the uncalm waters that we suffered in the last administration. Does anyone remember maybe we should drink disinfectant in the midst of COVID-19? Well, let me tell you, in Houston, Texas, we remember it. We also know that 6,812,798,000 persons died around the world from COVID. 1.1 million died in the United States. And it was only after an overwhelming effort by the Biden administration that we began to see the clock move on individuals willing to get their first, second, and third shots, their booster shots. That's why we are living, because we were vaccinated, because we overcame the stigma and the wrong-headed information that was scaring people about vaccines. We didn't lose 1 million people on vaccines. We lost 1 million people on not having that vaccination timely. And so I am struck by this legislation. The pandemic is not over. 500 people a day die right now as I'm standing here from COVID. That's a reasonable amount. I know there are other infectious diseases, but doesn't it make sense that if we can have a vaccine and a protocol that allows people to live, our children, those with pre-existing conditions, that we want them to do so? The Biden administration has announced that they intend to reduce this emergency pandemic or pandemic emergency, national emergency declaration in May. It will allow our health facilities to get themselves organized for the possible onslaught. It will also deprive impoverished persons from the ability to get free vaccinations, including possibly flu shots that we're doing in Houston, Texas. I remember over 70 testing sites that I put in my district with healthcare providers week after week after week so that people could be tested and so we could bring down COVID in Houston, Texas. I remember vaccination sites where people stood in line, 1,000 at a time, to get vaccinated for free. Are we jumping for joy to condemn and now undermine the emergency pandemic that was utilized?
The gentlelady's time has expired.
All I can say is health professionals say no.
Would the gentlewoman like another minute?
Yes, I would. Thank you.
I yield another minute.
The gentlelady is recognized.
All I can say is that health professionals, by and large, in hospitals, clinics, doctor's office, will say no. They need their patients healthy. As many people that can get vaccinated with information should get vaccinated. And of course, guided by your healthcare provider. But I don't think it makes any good news or any good sense to be able to talk about how you never got tested, how you never got vaccinated. That's all well and good. I applaud an individual who was able to survive, not getting tested, not getting vaccinated. But you see, I know of so many of my close friends who died because there was not a vaccination, there was not good health care. They didn't come to the end stages of COVID, and COVID killed them. And so I don't make mockery of the hard work of President Biden. And I truly believe that his time frame, I might think it's a little too quick, but I adhere to the President's time frame of May 2023. Let us organize so that we can save lives. And at any moment—
The gentlelady's time has expired.
30 seconds.
I'll yield her another minute if I can, Mr.
The gentlelady is recognized.
At any moment, Mr. Speaker, at any moment, we can have a surge of COVID-19. We saw that at the beginning of the convergence of flu that was high this year and COVID. And so I don't celebrate this legislation. I don't take angst or anger with the individual who thinks this is the right way, but I know that I'm on the right side. I'm on the dominant side of truth. That 6 million plus died, 1,111,000 died here in the United States, and 500 are dying every day. This is not a time to precipitously end the emergency declaration, and we should also make sure that we're not creating chaos and confusion. I'd like to ask unanimous consent to submit into the record New York Times article, U.S. plans to end public health emergency for COVID in May, again, emphasizing that we need not have chaos and confusion. I unfortunately see no purpose in this bill and will vote against it. I yield back.
Without objection. The gentleman from New Jersey reserves.
Recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, the Chinese spy balloon may not have been the first, and it may not be the last. It's interesting how the Chinese can characterize an outright spy balloon of some sort and suggest it's only trying to find out the weather, whether we have sunny days or not. But I rise to support H.R. 302 that provided for establishment of a program to provide financial assistance to graduate students and postdoctoral researchers pursuing certain courses of study related to cybersecurity and energy infrastructure and other purposes. I'm on the Cybersecurity Committee. I cannot tell you how important it is to develop a modern 21st century workforce and to develop the investment to give us the future generations of scientists and researchers critical for our new age of digitalization and increased security threats nationally and internationally. This is not going to be the end. It is simply the beginning. And it is important for us as Americans to have that group of workforce that are entrenched in cybersecurity, protecting the American national security. It's important to recruit these young people, and I look forward to participating with our universities in Houston on recruiting a new cybersecurity workforce. I yield back.
The chair lays before the House the following personal request.
To House Resolution 97, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose, and a member opposed. Each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
The gentleman's request is covered by general leave.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in support of my amendment to H.R. 185, and I thank my friend from Kentucky, Mr. Massey, for introducing this important piece of legislation. We all know that the People's Republic of China has not been transparent regarding its handling of the COVID crisis. My amendment is simple. This amendment will add language to the underlying bill to clarify that no provisions in the bill shall affect the order issued by the CDC requiring negative COVID-19 test or proof of recovery from COVID-19 for travelers coming from the People's Republic of China. A Bloomberg News article from last month said that, quote, after years of meticulously testing to find every last case of COVID-19, Chinese President Xi Jinping is now effectively looking the other way as the virus ravages the nation's 1.4 billion people, close quote. Mr. Speaker, we cannot fall asleep at the wheel when it comes to protecting our nation, its people, and our safety with respect to the adversarial and all too often nefarious actions and intentions of the People's Republic of China. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Tennessee reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I rise in opposition, Mr. Speaker, though I may not necessarily be opposed to the amendment, and I yield myself such time.
Without objection.
Yeah, and I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Any effort to keep the existing protocols for China are appropriate. But I rise today with great concern about the underlying bill, H.R. 185, which is to terminate the requirement imposed by the Director of Centers for Disease Control and Prevention for proof of COVID-19 vaccination for foreign travelers. It is not the CDC, based on science, that is attempting to do this, or the administration, based on the multiple levels of science, Health and Human Services, CDC, NIH, that may contribute to this decision. It is Congress that certainly has its world of authority, but it is not authority based on science and based on knowledge. I believe this is a hasty attempt to reverse the order issued by the Centers for Disease Control, and as well, I believe it imposes the CDC important restrictions on the entry of non-citizens into the United States by air travel unless they're fully vaccinated. We know that there are discussions going on about ending certain protocols with COVID-19. But as the President said last night, we lost 1 million Americans. People are still mourning their loved ones. And we understand that with that in mind, we're still seeing people die of COVID-19 and many of its, in essence, other aspects of infectious diseases. And we're seeing COVID-19 still actively exist. People with underlying conditions suffer greatly. Restrictions have been implemented and enforced worldwide, and countries like Thailand have had to re-implement such restrictions after lifting them. Now is not the time to go back on protections, only to be in a place where we will need to reimpose more onerous and unwanted lockdowns and shutdowns. Yet, H.R. 185 would nullify any successor or subsequent orders that require foreign persons traveling by air to show proof of COVID-19 vaccination as a condition of entry, as well as prohibit the use of federal funds to administer and enforce such requirement. Mr. Speaker, This is not logical or sensible. This is a country of over 300 million persons. Again, this is a nation that lost 1 million persons, and I'll say it again, people are still dying of COVID-19. The well-being of the American people should be our first priority. And since March 2020, I proceeded to provide any number of testing sites and vaccination sites. We saw our hospitals teeming. We, of course, reached out to the chair of the Energy and Commerce Committee as we were desperate to get tests and vaccines. I spoke to New York hospitals and doctors who were telling me that their hallways were teeming, their operating rooms were non-existent because there were COVID patients everywhere. And many of us remember the stark look of the refrigerator cars, not only in this nation, but around the world. And so I am hesitant that at this point, we make a decision on this floor of the House, not a scientific report, not a hearing in our committee, to be able to suggest that we could go ahead and remove this particular health caution protection. Again, COVID-19 cases, there have been 1,058 confirmed in our area, 7,839 active cases now, 1 million persons recovered, 8,589 deaths, and Texas as a state has recorded 8.24 million cases and 93,366 deaths. We're a border state, and so we have the opportunity for people to come in from foreign countries and as well in South and Central America who have come into the United States, and I'm saying in legal travel. And so it doesn't make sense to go to this length and to do it without further study, further science, and as well for the recognition of the importance of the Centers for Disease Control, the National Institutes for Health and Health and Human Services, and the President of the United States, who is the leader of this nation. So in working with the executive, I believe that we should give them the opportunity to work constructively and to be able to give the right kind of guidance that will protect all of us. And we should not precipitously try to overcome a disease that is evident as a major killer of Americans. With that, I ask my colleagues to oppose the underlying bill. Oppose the underlying bill. And I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Texas yields, and the gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time.
The gentleman is recognized.
Just a few days ago, we saw the People's Republic of China send a high-altitude surveillance balloon over our airspace, spanning almost the entire continental United States. No one believes the government of China's ludicrous explanation that this was simply a weather balloon that inadvertently went off course. If the Chinese government is willing to make such a bald-faced lie to the world, then how can we possibly trust the information they are releasing regarding the current COVID crisis in China? The easy answer is we can't. Because we can't trust the Chinese government to be transparent and honest about the scope of their current COVID crisis, we must take appropriate precautions. Continuing to test travelers from China is essential to our national safety. A vote for this amendment is a vote in favor of holding China accountable and ensuring the safety of our nation and its people. In closing, I urge members to vote yes on my amendment and the underlying bill, and I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you.
Gentleman from Tennessee yields.
As the chair of this subcommittee, the one affected, I would vehemently oppose eliminating the language that you just stated, because we know that this is a massive problem. And, you know, under our experience, I mean, I know anecdotally of many examples of academic freedom of conservative professors being the ones who are targeted and for censorship and silencing and retribution and all the rest. So, I mean, I have no problem looking into that. We certainly want to support academic freedom. That's what America is built upon, and our universities should be. So I'm not opposed to adding this language. I just want to clarify that we cannot eliminate the existing language. That'd be my position.
Would the gentlelady accept that compromise?
Who am I speaking to? I don't know who's.
It's my time. It's my time, Ms. Jackson.
Is it your time? I would accept that in adding the amendment of the Jackson Lee amendment to the existing language.
So we're on a roll.
We're on a roll. Yeah.
The gentleman yield?
I'll yield to the chairman.
I thank the gentleman. So if I understand it right, Ms. Jackson Lee's amendment, instead of the first sentence which says on page 10, strike the paragraph beginning freedom of speech and replace with the following, we get rid of that first sentence and then we keep what's in our original oversight document and then we add her freedom of speech language, the second sentence. The subcommittee will examine threats to the right of free speech, including state attempts to undermine or attack academic freedom at state.
The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized. Members are reminded to direct their comments to the chair.
How grateful I am to be on the floor with the distinguished gentleman from New York and, of course, our distinguished ranking member who has really laid out the parameters of this legislation. I certainly acknowledge the manager of this underlying legislation and offer my thoughts with a little bit of consternation. I cherish the Constitution and cherish the First Amendment. It is first for a very reason. The Founding Fathers were wise enough, even with some of the failings of the Constitution, including the existence of slavery. But they were wise enough to understand that the core of democracy is, in fact, the freedom to express, the freedom to associate, the freedom to access, the freedom of religion. And the First Amendment captures all of those elements. I am somewhat lost to connect this legislation to the protection of free speech. I do know that this is part of the unending obsession that my friends on the other side of the aisle have with Mr. Biden, President Biden, and his son. All investigations that are relevant and that are concerning the American people's integrity or national security are important. But how do you stretch this legislation to suggest that it is a question of free speech in the decisions being made to hold or not hold on purposes that may be business purposes for all we know, Mr. Speaker? It may not be free speech. And I would offer to say that there are many other instances that free speech has been stifled. We cannot discuss the history of African Americans through the misrepresentation of the critical race theory. We are getting orders in our states like Texas to not engage in diversity, equity, and inclusiveness. So I would just argue,
Gentlewoman's time has expired.
This bill does not deal.
30 seconds more.
Gentlewoman has yielded 30 seconds.
This bill does not deal with free speech. This bill is a got you bill, and I would ask my friends if we can, in a coordinated manner, discuss some of the important issues of the day that really need addressing. I know that we'll do the debt ceiling in months to come, but I would argue that we should protect the First Amendment, give everybody a right to freedom of speech and freedom of what they hear. And if they would join me on that, I would welcome their support in what true free speech is. We can hear and we can speak. That is important. I yield back. Chairman, I acknowledge the ranking member and the chairman of the Important Oversight Committee and the work that they do to ensure that government agencies work well. As they do so, I would expect that their efforts would meet all tests of credibility and as well the four corners of the Constitution. I've tried to study this legislation. However, it concerns me again because it would make it more difficult for government agencies to share pertinent information with important stakeholders to keep our country safe. With no clear exceptions for national security, this legislation would add burdensome and unworkable reporting requirements and a 72-hour waiting period, which could be detrimental to our democratic institutions during times where communication is necessary to protect our democracy. This bill is seeking to limit the lawful activities of federal law enforcement agencies, and it is a threat to our national security. All of us stand on this floor and stand shoulder to shoulder with law enforcement. Our firefighters are here on the campus. We stand shoulder to shoulder with them. But I'm afraid, Mr. Chairman, this legislation would not show our confidence in those who have to do the job. And so I offer an amendment that provides a response to the section on severability that keeps the remaining portions of the Act in place should a portion of the Act or an amendment made by the Act be held to be unconstitutional. The insertion of such a severability clause in this bill is telling of the complete lack of faith, I believe, in the constitutional viability and credibility this entire bill aims to put forth. While the general purpose of the severability doctrine clause is used to direct courts on what to do with a statute or a part of it if a provision is invalidated, Congress actually is discouraged from using express severability clauses, given it is unnecessary due to the court's strong presumption in favor of any such need for severability. Moreover, Congress assumes its laws are constitutional. This should be constitutional. As such, the primary application of a severability clause is for the functionality of the statute and whether the surviving provisions are capable of functioning independently. This is not a free speech. You are denying our federal officers free speech to do their job to protect America. And so to include a general severability clause in H.R. 140 is not intended to provide clarity to the courts on specific sections of this bill, but rather it is an ill attempt to save a poorly written bill and one that steps on the First Amendment rights of our hardworking patriots, our federal employees, because it is anticipated that this bill may be held unconstitutional. I ask my colleagues to support the Jackson Lee amendment, and I reserve my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
I rise in opposition to the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized.
This bill is timely and necessary. We have learned just how easy it is for the federal government to influence a private company to limit the exercise of First Amendment protected speech. During a recent hearing on the Twitter files, the Oversight Committee heard from a former FBI official and Twitter employee who called for federal legislation that would reasonably and effectively limit government interactions with private sector platforms. Let me be clear. A former FBI official and former Twitter employee endorsed and called for legislation just like this. This legislation should not be controversial, but the intention of this amendment is to gut this bill. The intention of this amendment is to risk the implementation of this necessary legislation. The inclusion of the clause this amendment removes is standard legislative practice. All this clause does is make sure that if a court decides to strike down any part of this act, that the rest of the act stays intact. It's that simple. These clauses have been used in legislation for decades, including a clause like this one in this legislation is standard practice that ensures that this much needed and non-controversial legislation can be faithfully implemented. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves.
How much time do I have remaining?
The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized with 2 minutes.
I'm pleased to yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from New York. Ms. Golden.
Thank you to the gentlelady from Texas. Just briefly, we were at that Twitter hearing when the former general counsel of Twitter and of the FBI suggested that there needs to be legislation in order for social media companies to properly coordinate with law enforcement. And we wholeheartedly agree. I am certain that he would never in a million years imagine that this would be the legislation, because this completely guts the FBI's ability to protect the safety and security of the American people and our democracy. So let's not insinuate here that a former Twitter employee wanted this bill to be the legislation that we need.
10 seconds.
Thank you. Let's not pretend that the witness at that hearing wants this bill to be the legislation in order for social media and law enforcement to coordinate. I'm happy to work with the chairman on that, but it is not this bill. I yield back.
Reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlewoman from Texas.
First of all, let me thank the gentleman from New York for his clarification. He was in the hearing. He heard the witness ask for relief. But I would say that that gentleman did not ask to have at the core of the relief a legislative initiative rooted in far-right conspiracy theories, despite the clear lack of evidence that any Biden administration official violated the First Amendment or censored Americans or social media platforms. We want to work with making sure that we are safe and have national security, but at the same time, how are we going to amend the Hatch Act and really shut down those who are involved in law enforcement and national security? We saw what happened on January 6th. We need all of the communications and intelligence that we need, not only to protect our law enforcement, but to protect the United States of America. So my amendment is necessary, Mr. Chairman. It is necessary because the court's presumption is that the statute is constitutional. So if there's a section that is found unconstitutional, the court will yield to this idea that they will look at it in a matter to discern what are the facts. My amendment simply says that to put this in the legislation, you are then going to have a guardrail against this bill being found unconstitutional. And so with that in mind, I ask my colleagues to support the Jackson Lee Amendment, which is a clear
Time has expired.
expression of the law.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Texas. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Well, to both of the chairman and the ranking member, I'm very pleased to be able to join you, and from my perspective, you're two distinguished members of Congress, and thank you for your service. Thank you for your military service. Before I start, I think because we're in Homeland Security, allow me just to put on the record that to be able to compete with China, I think it is extremely important that we assert democratic values, the strength of our values, our competitiveness, and maybe we will have an opportunity to get the answer to why, I believe it's public now, all of the personal data of so many Washingtonians, members of Congress, House and Senate, have been breached. I don't believe that we have had any determination of who breached it, but we certainly want to be on top of those elements, be they commercial or be they a foreign country, from exposing private data of members of the House and Senate who have the responsibility of governing this nation. I wanted to put that on the committee's record because I'm incensed about it and hope that we will have some involvement ultimately in assessing that situation. But this is a very important hearing, and I want to begin by raising this question, and I'll have a second question, and I think, gentlemen, I will be finished. But I want to raise a question. Dr. Jose, you have described the evolution of the Chinese Communist Party's thinking when it comes to China's role around the world. We know that in recent years, the CCP has set its aims at developing China-centered and controlled global infrastructure, transportation, trade, and production networks. They tolerate no diversity when they go into countries. It is China, China, China. They don't even use the indigenous people. And China is competing with the United States in a global competition over government values. We have to win the world over by saying that our values of trade and otherwise are much better than theirs. And so how successful are China's efforts? What actions can the federal government take to outcompete the Chinese Communist Party? Frankly, I think we're nicer, but I also think that if you interact with us, you'll have the benefits of investment in your own country, and you'll have the benefits of long-term recovery. Many of you know that we passed the CHIPS Act, Chips and Science Act, close to my heart as a former member of the Science Committee, which invests $280 billion to increase domestic semiconductor production. I'm excited about that. Some of that may even come to Texas. Unfortunately, not these gentlemen here, I don't think, that 90% of our friends on the other side of the aisle did not vote for it, but I know that they're probably working with it in their districts. So Dr. Jose, would you share that with me? And I'd love to have Ms. Bingham to answer that question as well. Dr. Jose, would you please? And
Thank you, Congresswoman.
Looking at my...
These are really excellent questions, and I thank you for them. So you raised the issue of difference in government values, and I agree. Although I should note that we do have some common interests, if not common values. China and the United States both want to see their populations live prosperous lives, for example, and both sides want to see the world address some of the challenges of global climate change. That being said, it is very true that the two countries have stark differences in the way they see the relationship between state and society. The protections that we have in the United States by which citizens enjoy civil liberties and can organize against the state in order to keep its power in check are simply not present there. And it is true that China indiscriminately or without considering the types of behaviors that the target regime or the target state is conducting, will invest in it. And you mentioned the Belt and Road Initiative. This is certainly one of the keystone portions of China's efforts. I do agree that the nature of the regime in that target country is quite important. We do have some research that suggests that economic statecraft that China uses, for example, is less effective when the target country is democratic. There's an intuitive logic there, of course, because if individuals, just like in the United States, can mobilize against their government if they are in collusion with the Chinese Communist Party for illicit gain, they can hold them accountable. And so I think that is it's a mechanism by which we can indirectly shape China's ability to use the Belt and Road in the way that you're describing.
Ms. Bingham?
Congressman, if I can add, you mentioned it exactly right. China has a playbook that they're using with the Belt and Road. We've seen it, the ports, 5G are examples, the ports where they go into countries, Djibouti is a great example, where they go in, they operate the commercial port, they kick out the locals, they build up military infrastructure, and then it's a greater threat to the region and to our national security interests. So we see that happening across the globe. We as a government, I say formally, but the government needs to figure out how do they bring all their different tools of national power to the table to provide alternatives. Some of the areas we've been talking about today are on the technology front. I have a space background. I would offer as an example, our commercial space innovation sector right now is phenomenal. We are using our space technologies, our data in ways well beyond national security. Understanding the climate, mapping, countering illegal fishing. This is soft power for Americans and for our companies. So ways that we can leverage some of these newer technologies while clearly protecting and ensuring that they don't fall into the hands of the CCP, but working with our allies and partners across the globe who want to work with us in these areas, figuring out ways to get that kind of information to them and opening up markets for our businesses so they're not just relying on the U.S. government is also important.
Let me thank you all so very much. I think it's been established that the Belt and Road technology or approach is a danger to the framework of democracy of this nation. We need to use that power of our values and, of course, of our technology. I like commercial space just because I'm a NASA aficionado and space exploration is crucial. And Dr. Jose, thank you for that framework that we can utilize. This is an important hearing, and I thank you, gentlemen, for yielding, and I yield back to the chairman.
Ms. Jackson Lee.
The gentlewoman from Texas is yielded 2.5 minutes.
Speaker, I want to adhere to the protocols of the floor. If I did not, I would shout from the rooftops as a mother and a happy grandmother that I champion parental rights and parents. I'm happy to have been one and to continue to be one. And I view the parenthood and parents' rights as a cherished right. Not one Democrat here would argue against that principle. In fact, there is no doubt that we as Democrats have fought for parents and their rights. Child tax credits will now be made permanent, taking care of additional child care for those parents who are burdened, or for those who need housing to invest more so that children have roofs over their head, and as well to ensure that no one is left alone looking for housing. But why I cannot support H.R. 5 is not because of my champion parents' rights. Before I came here from Houston, I was with parents fighting against the devastating takeover of a Republican governor and state education commissioner of a school district that has a rate of B. But I am against undermining nutrition in schools that is in this bill. I am against undermining vulnerable children, such as transgender children. I am against banning books, such as a book about a black astrologist, a scientist, Neil deGrasse, or the story of a man ultimately of peace who brought South Africa together, Nelson Mandela. Ban books. I am against that. I'm against it because I would want to make sure that parents wanted to have involvement of what their children learned. I'm against not wanting to hear the words of Elie Wiesel about the Holocaust that said, "I swore never to be silent whenever and wherever human beings endure suffering and humiliation." Don't we want our children to be kind? Don't we want our children to know that slavery was wrong, as I fight against slavery today that still exists? Don't we want our children to understand the basis of all of our history, the mosaicness of this nation and African American history? Don't we want teachers to get the salaries that they deserve? And don't we want to make sure that it's important, if you will, to ensure that our school buildings are repaired? That is why I want to submit into the record the first focus letter, and I want us to know that in supporting parents' rights, we must support not destroying public school education, and we must support the Houston Independent School District to not allow
Gentlewoman's time has expired. She shall no longer be recognized. House will come to order. The House will come to order.
Thank you. The gentleman's time has expired. Again, for the record, the article that I mentioned was from CNBC, a Saudi oil giant, Aramco Post. Record $161 billion profit for 2022. This would be submitted to the record without objection. Next, I'll call on my colleague and friend from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee. Ms. Jackson Lee, you are recognized.
I don't think it's not on. Hit the talk button. Might be to the right.
Yep, it's under all that.
Right. Thank you very much. I'm sorry, Director. Can we look at each other? I know that I don't have a direct line here of being able to see. We appreciate the work that is going on in this room. Let me thank the chairman and the ranking member for the time allotted, and thank the director for the leadership of the Biden administration for a timely submission of a budget. Just a question, have you gotten a budget from Speaker McCarthy from the majority in the House?
You may remember I said I worked here for a long time, and I will say budgets are congressional documents, so we would not be in receipt of that, but there are various proposals floating around. I don't think they're.
But you have not seen a final floating around budget at this time.
I have not.
Thank you. Let me get you focused back on this deficit, and I'm very delighted, and I have to go quickly. I see that the budget lowers the deficit by $3 trillion. Just a quick response. The deficit could be increasing, but what is the value of the fact that this budget puts it down $3 trillion? Because from my perspective, there is movement and recognition that we continually, as the deficit grows, we're still building to take it down. So please explain that.
So look, the $2.9 trillion, nearly $3 trillion, is a reflection of nothing changed, no policies were enacted. The deficit would be almost $3 trillion higher than the president's policies he's put forward.
And could you explain the value of making the child tax credit permanent for families in America, working and middle-class families in America?
Look, it's one of the few programs we get to say we beta tested in 2021. We saw the results for American families, for children who were lifted out of poverty. And this president believes that that was a good statistic. And we've seen those poverty levels go back up, which means that the child tax credit worked. And we'd like to see it continue.
And the most, maybe as large as housing, childcare, where your budget provides a vital infusion of dollars for childcare for working families. How does it see that being an economic engine booster?
I talked about it a little earlier. We saw women drop out of the labor market during the pandemic at high levels. Thankfully, we're seeing the return. But if we want to increase labor market participation for people with young children, childcare is often an economic burden for those families, and we'd like to do something about that.
Let me follow up with the issue of housing. 30% of a family's income or more. Do you plus up housing opportunities or housing products to encourage, even with the lack of supply, how does the budget respond to that need?
So we continue to support vouchers, because in some parts of the country where there is housing supply, vouchers are still needed for families. But we recognize that many parts of the country, in your districts, housing supply is tight, and some places at crisis level. So we have a suite of proposals, mainly through tax credits, that would promote the building of affordable housing.
Let me do a round robin. I'm looking at a proposed Freedom Caucus budget that wants to go back to 2019 levels, and I'm seeing the slashing of veterans health care, education, healthcare programs gutted, $29 billion, defunding of law enforcement and disaster response. What does 2019 levels really mean? The country is growing. We have to respond to that. We are the United States, not an individual state. How do you respond to that?
Look, cutting means you do less. And the discussion will be what is tolerable and what doesn't impact the economy negatively. This president certainly does not agree that he'd like to see fewer FBI personnel, and that would mean that. It would mean fewer law enforcement grants, meaning fewer cops in our communities, and fewer Pell grants. The list goes on. Opioid crisis we talked about earlier. We can send less state grants to governors to battle that and on many nutrition programs.
I'll move to the next question very quickly. It is important to have civil rights for all Americans. For some reason, people think civil rights is a race-based determination. My school district, the Houston Independent School District, is being taken over unfairly by the state of Texas. Civil rights is important for those children. How are you funding civil rights? And I believe it's not woke agenda, it is being awake. How are you funding the civil rights entities in the various agencies that respond to Americans who feel that their civil rights have been violated?
So, there's Department of Justice Civil Rights Division, I think most people are aware of. This budget would seek an increase for that and ensure that we make sure people, states, are following the law when it comes to civil rights in this country.
The gentlelady's time has expired. I thank my friend from Texas.
Jackson Lee, 5 minutes.
When I think of education, thank the gentleman for yielding, I think of children. And I just left the floor in the midst of the discussion of legislation H.R. 5 that is labeled Parental Bill of Rights. And even in that debate, I refused to engage in who was more for parents than who was not for parents, who had the upper hand, friends on the other side of the aisle or Democrats. I did speak for myself and what I believe is the view of Democrats who happen to be parents as well, that the rights of parents are paramount, but the rights of children and teachers and even support staff, all who contribute to the education of our number one priority, our precious priority, and that is our children. And so I think as I look at this particular hearing, back of my mind, I'm wondering, what cause are we here for? Are we trying to enhance a greater opportunity for our children to be educated, to be safe and secure? And when I think of where we are in this hearing, I would wonder whether or not the vast majority of everyday Americans would think that they could not be heard, that parents cannot be heard before school boards. And we know that they have the right to debate vigorously all aspects of any disagreement that they may have with the school board. I'm not sure why the letter that was sent was then withdrawn. May have been some form of intimidation. Who knows? But it is hypocritical to complain about the federal government chilling parents' free speech while cheering on book bans. If the majority is truly concerned with protecting free expression, then it should focus on the efforts of some Republican state legislators to ban books. I was just on the floor with a book about Professor DeGrasse. That book, he is an astrologist, banned book. Looks like a lovely book to me with pictures. A story about Nelson Mandela that brought together South Africa peacefully after a tumultuous civil war. Banned book. Diversity, equity, and the inclusivity, banned by the governor of the state of Texas. We should all be free to speak with free expression. But at the same time as we do so, I think we have to recognize, again, the importance of being fair and balanced. Ban books, intimidating language, which I think is important to note. The Supreme Court, for example, though we do have a question, what is obscenity as relates to a Supreme Court justice, but obscenity, defamation, fraud, incitement, true threats, speech integral to criminal conduct and child pornography. So white supremacy bias may result in someone's death. Should that not be questioned? Not eliminated, but if it results in someone's death or assault, it is destructive. So, Ms. Johnson, in acknowledging the other witnesses, and I appreciate your presence here today, I do want to hear your answer that you have probably repeated before. This is in the backdrop of board members being viciously attacked by words by very angry parents in the midst of the pandemic. Most of that was there. How do you frame the value of free speech juxtaposed against the safety of individuals who are in responsible positions who likewise have rights?
Thank you for the question. I think it's important to have both. I think that we can achieve a safe environment, a safe public forum in which public servants such as school board members and others can receive commentary, feedback, information, and share it as well, and also have a situation in which community members from parents, teachers, and others in the community can also engage. And I want to be really clear here that parents are free, community members broadly are free under the First Amendment to criticize their schools, their administrators, and governments. That's part of what makes America America. And they can do so even in offensive and vitriolic ways, but there is a limit, as we know, and that is when we are talking about incitement or a true threat. So I do believe that we can have both, and we should have both. I think it's critically important that we do.
Gentlelady's time's expired. The chair, thank you. The chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Bishop.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Johnson,
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
A nightmare, a day of horror, and one that prayers and sympathy could not quash the deep and piercing pain that the parents of these babies in an elementary school, a Christian school in Nashville, had to experience this morning at 10 a.m., and the loved ones of the adults that suffered an untimely death. How long is this Congress going to diddle-daddle around? How long are we going to be divided over the reality that a 28-year-old who went to the school had 2 AR-15s and a handgun? Oh, there's always a talk about the Second Amendment. I honor the Second Amendment, but I do not honor the violence of an assault weapon. How many more babies can we lose? How many more stories like Uvalde can we tolerate? How many more parents whose lives are just going to be snatched from them and they walk around, yes, like zombies? It is time now to ban the assault weapons, ban them now. It is time to address mental health issues in a larger way. It is time for this Congress to come together. It is time to stop the nightmare and to stop the horror. How many more parents have to cry over dead babies? Ban assault weapons and do it now. I yield back.
And with that, I recognize my friend from Texas, the gentlelady, Ms. Jackson Lee, for 5 minutes of questioning.
I thank the chairman and the ranking member, and I joined with my colleague and friend from New York, Ms. Clark, on the number of iterations that we've had since my tenure on this committee, which is more than 2 decades, to be able to really get to the serious work of immigration reform and working together to secure our borders. For every trip that I may have missed to my friend from North Carolina, I think I have literally lived at the border at every crisis that there've been. I'm from Texas, and I know the border very well. Mr. Judd, let me thank you for 25 years, and I think we've been on this Homeland Security journey almost the same amount of time. You started a little bit before 9/11. Of course, you know we created the Homeland Security Department, and of course, excuse my voice, and also the Homeland Security Committee. I'm very proud to have had under our jurisdiction the Border Patrol, of which I've known almost all of the leaders, and your council as well. Just a question, Mr. Judd, would a decrease in funding for the Border Patrol and border needs be of help in any way?
No,
decreasing the funding?
No, it would not.
Thank you. I'm committed to making sure that as we proceed in appropriations, I'm on the authorizing this committee that we work very hard to ensure funding for the needs of our Border Patrols, our CBP, some of the physical infrastructure. I was at the Brownsville just a couple of weeks ago, crossed over the border, as I often do, and I see the continuing need. So let me put that on the record, first of all. And let me put on the record as well that our Republican friends who are here in this committee are part of the effort to fund the discretionary funding, which is Border Patrol, Homeland Security at 2019 funding. That would be a sizable, seismic cut to the needs of our nation. Let me count myself as a strong fighter and opponent to that, along with the Biden administration. But let me also try to clarify very quickly before I raise questions with one of the witnesses. This is a straw man on this 100% operational control. Even the former Homeland Security Chairman, Mr. McCall, on May 15, 2013, during the markup of H.R. 1417, the Border Security Results Act of 2013, shows I've been on this committee for a very long time. We have defined operational control in this bill based on the oversight work of the committee. It is a reflection of testimony from the Chief of the Border Patrol, a 90% standard for success. Over all administrations, we've never gone beyond 70 to 75%. Doesn't mean we don't need to continue to achieve, because I'm reminded that it was Border Patrol and FBI that saved us in 9/11, not 9/11, the turn of the century, when a terrorist was caught at the border. It was the northern border, and it was through the law enforcement work of all of you, Border Patrol, FBI, that we were saved in terms of the northern border. So let's be more accurate in our assessment. Let me go to Dr. Dawson. How does the irregular migration into the United States over the northern border compare to irregular migration into Canada? Isn't it true that most weapons and people move north, not south? How is the cooperation on this combating this journey of the irregular migration? Did you hear me? My voice is a little bit.
Sorry, really the percentage in Canada is minuscule compared to the southern border. But as I said in my testimony, this is not nothing, and this is something that we do have to continue to deal with. It is both an enforcement problem, but it's also a root causes issue, and we need to work together to provide options for asylum seekers, options for folks that are in crisis, and regularized migration throughout the hemisphere.
Let me also ask, because I just get in before the chairman gavels me. We've had a lot, heard a lot about the people and drugs coming into the United States over the northern border. And we understand, however, that only 1 pound of fentanyl has been found on the northern border this year. Is that true?
That's my understanding as well. 1 pound this year, yes.
Okay, so let's get the correct narrative. We should be working together, but we shouldn't put up straw men or false information about what is transpiring. We know we don't want fentanyl here from any border, but what I hope you're saying is that we can get this done by working together, including the agreement that the President just signed with the President of Canada.
That's exactly what I'm saying, ma'am.
Thank you very much. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back.
Purposes does a gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition? Without objection.
Madam Speaker, in a Budget Committee hearing yesterday, I could not restrain my pain to raise the question of 3 little babies and 3 adults killed in Nashville with assault weapons. Does anyone know the costliness, over $200 billion of gun violence in America? I raise that in the Budget Committee because the witnesses were trying to blame any of the deficits or all of the deficits on President Biden. I believe in a balanced budget for states and cities like Houston. We can do that. But please understand that the federal government is the umbrella on a rainy day. A disaster in Mississippi, the federal government comes. A disaster in Ohio and East Palestine, the federal government comes. Raging hurricanes, the federal government comes. Raging fires. And so as a member of the Budget Committee, I can assure you we will look to the President's $6.7 trillion budget, but we'll look to also bringing down the deficit as we responsibly need to do. But I will not undermine eliminating Medicare payments for those who need it, or Social Security payments for those who need it, or education funding that the federal government does through Pell Grants, or climate change dollars, or to be able to ensure that we are the rainy day umbrella on a rainy day. The budget of the American people must respond to the American people. We will get the right budget and lift the debt ceiling. I yield back. Isn't he outstanding? Isn't that what educators are all about? They are teachers, and I would say teachers for eternity. They teach our children to lay the groundwork for the greatness that they are. The greatness that they are. So we've had a lot of slogans. I just want you to say, our children are the greatest. Let me hear you say that. Our children are the greatest. Our children are the greatest. Our children are the greatest. And then we follow, obviously, coming from a home life of love, but then they come into the loving arms of teachers. Our teachers are the strongest. Let's hear it now. Our teachers are the strongest. Our teachers are the strongest. Our teachers are the strongest. I want Houston to be the education city. What that means is that every child has a place of honor, and everything we do is to enhance that child. And then I want it to be a place where parents feel that they are heard. And if anyone followed the 4 hearings that they had, no parent was heard from TEA. They were not heard. They were not answered in terms of the questions. And the administrator never showed up. I believe in the rights of parents. As you well know, we had to fight against the Parents' Bill of Rights, but I believe in the rights of parents because the Bill of Rights was book banning. I believe in hearing from parents. And the parents that I've heard from are against the hostile takeover of a public school system that has been standing for more than 80 years. So my belief is, as we come to the realization that we have to be the mighty force, I want to tell you, you can never give up. You can never give in. You can never give out. This may be a long haul, because as you well know, what this letter is growing with, I hope, hundreds of members of Congress that will sign this, because we are trying to stop the death of public school education in America. And the death is starting right here at the Houston Independent School District. They cannot refute the fact that the Board of Managers is unelected. They cannot refute the fact that a parent cannot find who they will talk to. There is no board organization, meaning Board of Managers. If I'm in Southwest, who do I call? If I'm in the East End, who do I call? If I'm Central City, who do I call? That seems to be a challenge, that there will be no representation of students, teachers, or parents. That is a failed system of democracy. So I'm here today to say that I am still continuing to fight. Our president is an education president. I thank him for being in Mississippi today. But I believe this warrants federal action in a heavy-handed manner. I believe that the governor of the state of Texas can be sued. I believe that we will have to do this in court, but I believe that we can also manage this. The president intervenes with the Secretary of Education, and as well, if they respond to the Title VI that Johnny Mata has filed along with other civil rights groups. Johnny Mata. And I believe that we are now blessed by the fact, Audrey, you're not up here. We're now blessed by the fact that we have another Title VI being filed in the Department of Justice just a few minutes ago. Shout it out. The people in Houston mean business, and I mean the whole city of Houston. It is the NAACP, LULAC, Wheatley, Dr. Audra L. Nate, right here, a pediatric neurologist. She sees children, and she sees them, and she can heal them, and she knows what children can do. Did anybody counsel Dr. Audra, I would call her? I know that the kiddies call her Audra because they can't do the whole name. Did anybody ask doctors what we should do? Did anybody call some nurses and say, should we take it over? Did anybody sit down with a group of diverse parents from all parts? Did any parent here get a call in a meeting? I'm talking about a meeting beforehand. To sit down and get the involvement of parents. Did anyone hold a meeting with children? We're talking about them and around them. Do you know how they are feeling? Parents come and tell me and say that they are feeling a sensitivity that they have done something wrong. That's why I want them to know they are the best. And let's walk through these halls and say they're the best. I'm going to get to some schools while I'm here. They're the best. But TEA has given us a death knell, a destruction of public school education. And so I believe these words that are crucial to us, that we're in a fight for our life. We're nonviolent and peaceful, but we're unending. We will not stop until we can embrace a school district that does not begin the folding up of other school districts around in this urban center. Who knows who might be next because of a hiccup in their system. And let me be very clear. The options for the commissioner, he says, is closing one school or shutting down the system. I have read it. He has an option to just stop. To just stop. And indicate that he is reviewing or that he's getting to it while we are getting the resources that special needs children are in need of, and who they have not gotten that money, as evidenced by the Department of Education. Taking the money and throwing it elsewhere.
And so, Commissioner, you've been tasked with being over the educational system of this great state and Houston Independent School District. You've been tasked. Right now, we're giving all of those in the state, and let me exempt our outstanding legislators. Give them a very big hand. They have been on the battlefield. Representative Rosenthal is here, and Representative Reynolds, and I don't know who else, my colleagues, Congresswoman Garcia and Congressman Green and Congresswoman Fletcher. We're all united together, but there is a failing grade for the state of Texas. And so what I'm saying to the President of the United States, in order to save public school education for the nation, for many of you should know, so goes Texas, so goes the nation. He needs to step in and indicate that the governor and the commissioner are wrong, that they are taking over illegally, that they have not spoken to parents, they have not spoken to teachers, and they have not spoken to the children. Dr. Audra is here because she is a parent, a doctor, away from her medical business to be able to show that she is against this hostile takeover. She is one of the complainants going to the Department of Justice. So I know that you're going to be excited. And I just plain talked you just now. I didn't go up or didn't go down. I just wanted to plain talk you. Because when you're at a funeral, when there's a death knell, when there's a killing of public school education, we've got to be somber and we've got to be ready to get our energy together to make a difference. Arm yourself with facts. Embrace your children. Love your teachers. And say no to the hostile takeover. And I am grateful for the American Federation of Teachers. They work with the NEA. I am grateful for them. They are powerful. And I know that she'll be introduced maybe by Jackie Anderson, another star. But I just have to say that my friend, Randy Weingarten, does not rest. She flies from one place to the next in America where she is needed. She is the American symbol of what is best for education. She fights whether it is a giant in front of her or whether it's a small rural community. She is the president of the vast numbers of teachers across America. She is warning us about the death of public school education. She has said it at the press club in Washington, D.C. She's been attacked by conservative press. But I don't know about you. I'm riding with Randy Weingarten because I'm riding with the education being number one, and I'm not riding with vouchers. I'm riding with public school education. Madam President, Madam President. And you got Retha Thomas, all part of the AFT. Thank you.
Ms. Jackson Lee.
Mr. Secretary, I'll give you a moment, but my question is before, as I start my questioning, and you know time is short, do you take an oath, and on behalf of the men and women of the Department of Homeland Security, particularly those responsible for border security in the North and the South, to protect the American people, and are you doing it in the best manner, the securest manner, the honest manner with integrity to save the lives of the American people and to ensure that hamlets, cities, counties, and otherwise are safe and that our domestic security is safe?
Yes, I am, Congresswoman.
And did you want to have a sentence responding to the gentleman?
No, I've chosen not to. Thank you.
And so under oath, your answer is yes. And that is on behalf of yourself and those men and women that are now serving as we speak at the border, both North and South.
Yes, it is.
My Republican colleagues have been painting quite the picture today, and to hear them tell it, you inherited a secure, orderly situation at the border. I, for one, have been to the border many times in the midst of mass confusion, and everything would be fine. That, of course, was not under your tenure. If only you had kept things just as they were, nothing could be further from the truth. Now, I know that many members of Congress only pay attention to the latest news cycle and whether the clip of their 5 minutes at this hearing will go viral. But some of us remember the previous administration and its disastrous border policies. As a 20-year member of this committee, I truly believe that comprehensive immigration reform and border security must not be partisan, it must be nonpartisan. And in actuality, that is not what we're facing today. We're here for your budget presentation, the dollars you need to continue to safeguard our cities, counties, and states. So I'd like to direct your attention to a couple of images. One that you will see shortly deals with the DHS office was taken by the DHS Office of the Inspector General at a Border Patrol station in McAllen, Texas, in June 2019. Reports on the overcrowded conditions at this and other facilities found that migrants, including many children, had not been able to shower in weeks, were not fed adequate food, were getting sick from flu outbreaks. Women and children were forced to drink from toilets when they had access to running water at all. Hundreds of children were detained for more than 72 hours in violation of the law. And that was when our Border Patrol agents and others were overwhelmed. I was present during those times in the past administration. And tragically, many migrants died while being held in these kinds of conditions, including at least 5 children. I guess this is what Republicans' idea of operational control. Mr. Secretary, would you please remind me who was president in 2019 when this photo was taken?
Congresswoman, that was President Trump.
That's right. Now, at least in this picture, children seem to be with their families. Let's move on to the next image. In May 2018, the prior administration announced a zero-tolerance policy, which resulted in children being torn away from their parents. I was there then, including U.S. citizen children, American kids. Worse yet, the administration had no plan to track family separation and allow for reunification. As of a couple of months ago, more than 1,000 children have still not been reunited with their families. Now, some might say that child separations and death in custody are just the cost of achieving border security. And if we reinstate the previous administration's policy, we could keep the border. I find that despicable. However, the truth is that these policies weren't even effective in securing the border. In fact, Border Patrol recorded 41% more illegal entries in the fiscal year 2019 under the then president during the last year, during the last year of the Obama administration. Again, Mr. Secretary, just in case people don't remember, the president was at the time of this picture that speaks to a child during that time frame.
Congresswoman, that was President Trump.
You're right again. So let me, in my final question, ask, as a refugee yourself, do you believe the inhumane and ineffective border policies of the Trump administration really equal to operational control? And does your budget reflect your serious commitment to ensuring more personnel, morale boosts, and to be able to do this job so we safeguard and secure the American people? Mr. Secretary.
Congresswoman, the policies of the past administration, those that were cruel and inhumane, not only did not achieve operational control under the definition of the Secure Fence Act, they also disobeyed our values as a country. Our budget that we have proposed for fiscal year 2024 advances the position of this department to gain operational control under a reasonable definition. As all secretaries have said, it is unachievable to prevent any alien during a year from crossing the border. Not a single one.
The gentlelady's time is up. Thank you. The gentlelady yields.
Woman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
I too had the opportunity yesterday to engage with Rebecca and her mother, and I want to just point to a stark reality. 53% of trans kids considered suicide last year. And I'm glad that the governor of Utah, in a very lengthy letter, said, I want them to live. But what Rebecca said is she loves playing sports. She gets to know people and they know her. And she said the talk that we're doing on the floor of the House is scary. It puts trans children in corners. They don't know who likes them or not, or who wants to do harm to them. This is a meaningless bill. The Olympics has addressed the question. The NCAA has addressed the question. When will we realize that we have the right to freedom of religion? We have a right to our beliefs. And in that, we have no right to undermine and threaten the lives of trans children. I stand in opposition to this mean-spirited legislation because I'm a woman of faith, and I believe in the humanity of all children. Stop the gun violence, stop the killing, and maybe we could get the job done by banning an assault weapon. I stand with these children because they are human beings part of humanity. Thank you so very much. Vote against this bill.
From Texas, Ms. Sheila Jackson Lee.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Let me thank the gentlelady for her kindness. And I'll only have a minute to talk about kindness. I vigorously oppose the underlying legislation dealing with our beautiful children. And Mr. Speaker, that is what it is. And I join with the Utah governor that indicates that this minute problem does not deserve a sledgehammer. This bill deals with girls and women in sports, and the Olympics and the NCAA has spoken on transgender. I speak from the heart as a fellow human being. I speak from loving children as the chair of the Congressional Children's Caucus. I cannot stand here and tolerate 53% of trans kids considered suicide last year. They want to belong, they want to have friends, they want to play sports. And if you're 5 years old, 12 years old, this Congress has no right in interfering with a beautiful community. It is, in fact, a blessing to have a world and a nation that has people who are different. I affirm their difference. I stand for their difference. I'll fight for their difference because they should be loved like anyone else. The rules and regulations are already in place. Why are we here doing that when guns are killing our children? I yield back.
Reserve.
The gentlewoman from New Mexico reserves. The
Gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from Texas is recognized.
Thank you very much. Welcome, and thank you very much for your leadership, and congratulations for your appointment. Let me also congratulate and thank the men and women of the ATF who every day are standing on the front lines trying to ensure that the American people are safe. Mr. Director, it is interesting, this query of what your expertise is. The expertise is amongst the thousands of men and women who this group of friends on the other side of the aisle wish to abolish. So the folk that they're citing of experts, they want to just throw them out. Let me be very clear. My friends on the other side of the aisle want to abolish the ATF. All the persons that they have cited, sending letters, knowing the rules, being experts, all of them, they want to abolish. Let me just hold up, just to give pay tribute and acknowledge that these are the deceased. Their families are still mourning of the incident in Buffalo at the grocery store. It was an assault weapon that killed them. My question to you is just simply a yes or no. You know what an assault weapon is? You've seen one.
Again, that would be a decision for Congress to make respectfully as to make that definition. There are numerous different legislative bodies that have taken up that question. They have all.
If we laid a weapon on the table, you could pretty much say that falls in the category of an assault weapon.
Respectfully, that is a decision that different legislative bodies have come up with different definitions for. It would be for the legislators to make that determination as to how they would define it, unless they were to delegate that authority to ATF.
Let me move on. I know that I had the privilege of being at the testing site in Houston, and thank you for coming to Houston. This is a picture of the actual equipment that tests gun tracing. Could you just quickly say what that does and how that impacts reducing crime? Very quickly, my time is short.
Crime gun intelligence, including firearms tracing, happens when a local law enforcement agency has a crime that they're investigating, and they want to trace the firearm that was used to hurt or kill somebody to its first retail purchase. It helps them to identify the trigger pullers, and it helps them to take them off the streets.
In recent years, AR-style pistols equipped with stabilizing braces have been used in several mass shootings. Is that correct?
That is public record. That is correct.
The shooter who killed 9 people and injured 17 in Dayton used an AR-15 with stabilizing brace. Is that correct?
My understanding is that is correct.
The shooter who killed 10 people, including a police officer in Boulder, Colorado, a Ruger pistol equipped with a tactical brace. Is that correct?
My understanding is that is correct.
The shooter who killed 5 people and injured 19 others at Club Q in Colorado Springs in 2022 used a pistol equipped with an SB tactical stabilizing. Is that correct?
From the public pictures in that case, my understanding is that is correct.
Just 4 weeks ago, the shooter who killed 3 children, 3 adults in Nashville used a pistol equipped with a stabilizing brace, correct?
Again, from the public pictures in that case, that is correct.
The first stabilizing brace that Alex Bosco submitted to ATF for classification in 2012, the one he claims he originally designed to help his disabled veteran friend shoot a large pistol from the forearm with more control, did that brace ever make it to market unmodified?
My understanding is that that particular product was not ever produced and marketed, and I think I read in Mr. Bosco's testimony that he said that some people were using
Mr. Bosco
braces
said that he
in
wanted to
ways-
make sure that he did not have any equipment that would help kill a police officer or kill innocent persons. He did answer that question to me. Does the final rule ban firearms that are equipped with a stabilizing brace?
Absolutely not. The rule doesn't ban anything. It imposes the congressionally articulated controls on certain weapons.
Thank you. Much has been said about ATF's recent rule regarding stabilizing braces, but I would like to discuss auto sears or switches that turn off. And basically, that rule, can you just give a quick, as I have seconds, and I want to get to another question.
Right now, our police officers and communities are facing machine gun fire from automatic conversion devices that turn lawful semi-automatic weapons into unlawful machine guns. It's a very dangerous situation.
My next question is, what are you hearing from state and local law enforcement officers about the ATF?
All the police chiefs and sheriffs I talk to want to have increased resources and partnerships with ATF to catch violent criminals.
And veterans have other options.
The time the gentlelady
braces that the veterans have, you're not blocking veterans from being disabled persons from being able to have the right kind of brace.
Gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, that information should be on the record, that these braces do not stop.
It's on the record. You said it.
Veterans from getting the right equipment that they need. That should not be a misrepresentation in this hearing.
Okay, but also,
thank you, Mr. Chairman,
also
for
what
your
happens
courtesy.
in a hearing is you get 5 minutes, and I've been generous and given you a few
You have,
seconds.
and thank you. I wanted to make sure we got the record straight.
Time
Thank
now
you.
belongs to Mr. Buck from Colorado.
I yield back, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your courtesy.
Point of order or not?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you over the
I'm sorry,
from the gentlelady from Texas.
Yeah, my point of order is, that's a routine feature. That's not a glitch that she accidentally went over. Routinely, and so the point of order is this: how can we make sure everybody adheres to the 5-minute rule, Mr. Chairman?
Usually the custom of the committee, I think the custom of the previous chairman is, if you ask a question within your 5 minutes, we will give the witness time to respond, and I've been doing that. Ms. Jackson Lee was very close on whether she got the question at the end of her 5 minutes. We now recognize the gentleman from Colorado for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Good morning. When Congress reauthorized FISA in January of 2018, we added a provision requiring the Attorney General to develop procedures for querying information in the 702 database to be reviewed by FISA court as part of its annual certification. Can you explain why having clearly defined querying procedures can help protect American Fourth Amendment rights?
Thank you for that question. Yes, I agree that requiring specified querying procedures is important. Previously, the rules that applied to querying were contained in minimization procedures. They've now been fleshed out and implemented further, and we just had a release recently this week by the FBI of a public version of their querying procedures. And having clarity can help prevent the kinds of compliance violations that we have seen. However, I would urge that those are not sufficient. I believe that in addition to having specified rules which are approved by the FISA court, Congress should incorporate a requirement that individual queries be submitted to the FISA court for review to ensure full protection.
So in any reform, you would add the individual queries as well for clarification and transparency.
Yes.
Within the intelligence community.
Well, I think FISA court review can help. Individualized judicial review is important because in this program we do not have individualized judicial review at the front end. So when analysts are looking for the information about specific Americans who have recognized Fourth Amendment rights, to have the judicial review at that point.
And effective now, however, for the 2018 reauthorization of Section 702, Congress made some small changes to the law to attempt to protect U.S. persons whose communications may be swept up in 702 collections. One of the changes was to impose a limited warrant requirement for U.S. persons who are the subject of an open criminal investigation. How has the warrant requirement been used in practice? What impact? Let me get back to on that. I want to be sure that I'm fully informed on that. I have not looked at that recently. And I want to be careful on how much I can say in a public forum at this point. Because I think one of the challenges in talking about the use of these tools is how much remains classified and how only in the last recent months have you seen information coming through. So I need to get back to you if I can on that, Congressman. I'm going to take a leap, but you notice that I mentioned the young airmen. As I recall, what is in the public domain is that there may have been some foreign contacts that may come to our attention. How would we're all appalled at that? Just take a brief moment on that before I ask the second very quick question. We're all appalled at that, so I want to just frame what we need to do to secure 702, but just give us, if that was the case, and if there was a need to engage, how the 702 would be utilized. So I think people, and I'm not going to talk about any specific case, in the general matter, you mentioned there is the need to get a warrant in certain circumstances. That requires the court. You don't self-issue a warrant. And that creates the oversight process that I think the chair is referencing more broadly as a means by which there would be further court review in other areas as well. I have a question for her. She can follow up on that if she desires, but let me do the question. I think I just want to get to the point. It wouldn't be really willing, if I may use that terminology. You need to, the FBI needs to well document. It depends what they're trying to do. I think is the right answer on this. Let me pose this question, then you might want to explain. Is it clear whether the small changes in 2018 legislation reauthorizing Section 702 have improved the administration of Section 702?
Thank you. I believe there have been some benefits, as I just discussed, regarding the requirement for clearing procedures that has helped, but I do not believe that these changes were sufficient, and I urge Congress to incorporate more robust and meaningful safeguards. I think there are three that I mentioned during my opening remarks, including requiring account of the extent of instant collection, requiring FISA court review of U.S. person query terms, and preventing restarting of about collection. Thank you for that response.
Let me thank the ranking member for being so eloquent on where we are today. Let me read the headline of this legislation, HCON Res 40, expressing support for local law enforcement officers. Broadly supported all across America. Every day we are supporting our local law enforcement. But as well, we're supporting our federal law enforcement that are right in my district today holding a meeting. Men and women who put their lives on the line. I don't know why we couldn't, on this last day of Police Week, as we began the week, as I indicated and repeat over and over again, that I was there for this ceremony that I've gone to every year that has honored those who have fallen in battle. They had everyone represented. Everyone was in brotherhood and sisterhood. Everyone was embracing families and those in law enforcement. No one asked for your Democratic ticket or your Republican ticket. All they were grateful for is you had come to honor and recognize the importance of the work that they do. This could have been a place where we showed to the nation the reasoning of our hearts and our minds. We offered an amendment, I did, to include federal law enforcement How dare we ignore them on this day? And we cannot ignore January 6th. We cannot ignore the Capitol Police, who will always have the scars, along with those who came to help, of that horrific day. Why? Because we've never seen in our modern day eyes an attack on the United States Capitol that was not in war. And so I stand here today to say, yes, I support.
Yield the gentlelady an additional minute.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I thank the distinguished gentleman. Yes, I support the local law enforcement. And never have my lips ever said the word that would take dollars away from those personnel, their salaries, and all that they need to do. I don't know why in a resolution that speaks about honor that we have to mix not even apples and oranges, but apples and stench. There's no reason to attack anyone in this. Put a resolution about how much you hate the folk on the other side of the aisle. We'll debate that. I don't hate them. But we tried to do in committee is to say, let us make this a resolution, federal and state and local folk. And let us not talk about folk who are dismantling anything. Because I don't know Democrats who stood outside of a DA's office to try and dismantle them. They have an independent decision right to make. And they're elected by the people. And if they're not at the level that the people want, they are gone. So I ask my colleagues,
the gentlewoman's
I'd like
time
to
has
amend
expired.
this on the floor. Let this
The
be an
gentlewoman's
amendment
time
that
has
we all
expired.
can vote for. This is, my last
The
word.
gentlewoman's time has expired.
I support local and federal law enforcement.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 30 seconds.
I support federal and state and local law enforcement. I support those that are in my district right now. And I would offer to say, aren't we examples for young people? Don't we want our children to raise up and support law enforcement and see all of us standing together and not dividing? And don't we want good policing, good police relationships? None of that is a divide. It is a unity, and it represents the Constitution of the United States of America. And I will tell you that the officers that I've engaged with believe in it. I ask my colleagues to try and do something better than this legislation. I yield back.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I thank the distinguished ranking member, and I thank the manager on the other side. This is National Police Week. I started my week in joining a family from Houston whose husband and father had fallen as a police officer in the line of duty. But it was also with the throngs of men and women of law enforcement across America and families at the annual, 42nd annual, I believe, National Memorial Day for Law Enforcement Officers. I spent quite a bit of time there interacting with officers that were not only from Texas or Houston. I want to respect the service that they've given as we, as members of Congress and Democrats, and my friends on the other side of the aisle, should do. And as we interacted, the response was an appreciation, as I expressed an appreciation for their service. We've done a number of bills on the floor, and I am glad that we had one that honored that day, and I proudly managed that bill, and as well a number of others that were on previously. There are a number of bills that have been on the floor or are on the floor today, at least two. Before I speak of the underlying bill, let me acknowledge my support for H.R. 3091, the Federal Law Enforcement Officer Service Weapon Purchase, which has previously been debated, but I just want to briefly say that this deals with federal law enforcement officers in good standing. It's a smart way to deal with guns that have been retired that will allow, rather than creating dust in the GSA, and as well, who knows, falling in the wrong hands for whatever reason you might say, rather than destroying those guns, it would allow federal agencies to sell the handguns used in the performance of their duties to federal law enforcement officers in good standing, promoting public safety, reducing waste, and recouping taxpayer dollars. This is good legislation. I hope as it makes its way that they will add some form of a check, which all officers believe in background checks, and as well, that maybe they'll take those resources and invest in bringing down gun violence, which we know, as of this week, 2 law enforcement officers were injured in New Mexico as a young, underage teenager had an AR-15 and killed 3 innocent civilians. It would be nice if the legislature would use those resources to help bring down gun violence. But H.R. 3091 is a good bill, and I intend to support it. We're obviously now.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. I yield an additional minute to the gentlelady. The gentlewoman is recognized.
We're now at a time when we're talking about H.R. 2494. And I just want to say that in interacting with law enforcement officers, I've never heard one person raise this. And I don't think we can condemn prosecutors across America that they're not willing to stand up and be counted when any assault occurs against an officer. Any such legitimate assault should be both an arrest and prosecution. That's not what we're saying. And if it happens to be an LPR or green card holder or whatever status the person has, arrested and prosecuted. But what we're saying is desperate people come to this country and they work hard to get a status. And if it is legitimate, they wind up in jail. That's where they can be. 2494 ignores that. 1, it is not one that you've heard any officers asking for. 2, that person can be convicted and wind up in jail. I know there's an amendment to say if they're convicted, that would be the case, but ordinarily they would be able to serve their time. I don't think that we should use this hammer to tear families apart. To tear families apart.
Is recognized.
To tear families apart because this bill has been ill-drafted and harmful measure that does not seek to address a need that people are crying for. The bill insults prosecutors across America. You can't label them all. In essence, it insults law enforcement officers who may themselves know that somebody was in distress and they might respond accordingly. And it insults the long time it takes to become a citizen of the United States, and for some of these individuals who've been waiting and waiting and maybe had an unfortunate circumstance. We're talking about some of the incidences that Ranking Member Nadler cited. It's just unruly. And so I ask my colleagues to consider thoughtfully that we're doing good in a bipartisan way. Let us continue to do that. Police like to see that. They like to see themselves being affirmed in a bipartisan manner. They don't like to see other people being scapegoated. We want them to be safe. We don't want violence. We don't want them to be injured. That's the statement we all should make. Let's find laws that will ensure that that will not happen.
Gentlemen,
with that,
time has expired.
I yield back my time.
Recognizes Ms. Jackson Lee of Texas.
Chairman, and to the ranking member, as one would expect, Ms. Nobles, and I'm over here, Ms. Nobles, I'm in this direction.
Oh.
I don't. As a mother, I couldn't say anything less than the pain that I know that you're experiencing. I could say my heart goes out to you, but I want to acknowledge the pain for any mother, any family to lose their precious child. I want your daughter's story to be heard, and if we can work in a bipartisan way, I will sign on to any bill that enhances her heroic story. I think that's what you are surviving on. What a young woman, wanting to be independent, working 2 jobs, holding her head up high. A vicious act. Forgive me if I say this is not solely immigration, poor police work, to be honest with you. But frankly, we wanted that not to happen. And no one on this panel is champion MS-13. I can tell you that. And so we've got to find a way to decipher, discern, to weed out. Because if there is a mother trying to come with just to work in the fields, I know that
that may not be the best way for her to come, but that is not the MS-13. They don't deserve to be in this country, period. So let me just, I don't want to say thank you because you're here in pain, but just want you to know I think her story has to be told. Thank you for your presence here today. Chief, I assume we served overlapping. I'm not sure. What years were you? You're retired, so what years have you served, sir?
As the chief, it was February 2020 until August of 2021, but I was Border Patrol agent for over 29 years.
Okay, starting what year?
1992.
Yeah. So you've had several leaders, presidents, and then, of course, Homeland Security came into being after 9/11. I was on the committee in its origins and know just about every one of your Border Patrol leaders. Would you say that it would be better to approach immigration reform, Republicans and Democrats, in a terminology that we've coined under the late John McCain, comprehensive immigration reform, which in essence deals with border security on the north and the south, and recognizing legal pathways for entry? Would you accept that would be a better approach?
I believe border security is exactly like your home. It gets overcomplicated a lot of times in the public discussion, but it's exactly like your home. We just need people to come through the front door in a legal manner. Congress gets to pick who those people are, not the Border Patrol.
So my time is short. I want you to answer the question specifically. Comprehensive immigration reform with border security and legal pathways. Would you accept that?
Based on my experience, the border security has to come first.
Well, let me, I can't put words in your mouth, but you're not going to get border security coming first. You need to be able to balance it. You would not accept a border security and recognizing pathways to legal entry?
Based on my experience and looking at 86 IRA, you have to be able to secure the border first, or all the other conversations are irrelevant.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think reasonably, Mr. Hatfield, as you understand, when John McCain, the late John McCain, we had a very strong comprehensive bill. And it had border security and the legal pathway. If we get stuck on border security, we're not listening to the witnesses here. We're not listening to the New York town that is frustrated with what's happening to them, rightly so. So let me just get you to just espouse, because my time is going. First of all, your organization was affiliated with the Tree of Life, was it not? Or the attitude of that killer?
Yeah, I'd rather not discuss the Tree of Life because the prosecution is ongoing at this point.
Well, let me just say, since I went there, let me just say that the attitude was that Jews were bringing in migrants and immigrants. Is that true?
That is correct.
And it resulted in death, did it not?
That is correct.
All right, let me just get to the point of the work that you do, and that is, if things change in the hemisphere so that more refugees are coming and you work with refugees to help the United States so they don't result in being lost or being in the wrong direction. And as well, I would assume that you abhor MS-13 as well. If you can answer those two questions, I'd appreciate it.
Absolutely and absolutely.
You got to say.
Yes. HIAS is entirely focused on legal pathways to bring people into the United States so they do not resort to fleeing across borders to seek asylum. We try to provide them with safe and legal alternatives to that, and in partnership with the U.S. government and Jewish communities. And absolutely, we need a system of control which can identify, vet, and detain and remove people who are a danger to the society.
The gentlelady's time
like MS-13.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm going to say my good friend, Mr. Cole, because he is my good friend, Mr. Cole, had the facts very much incorrect. The President of the United States was protecting the American people, protecting their future, and being, in essence, the great protector. While my friends on the other side of the aisle were passing legislation that was taking away H.R. 1, 30 million medical appointments for veterans, and throwing millions of Americans off of Medicaid. That is why the president was trying to get a clean debt ceiling, so we could come back as a House, Democrats working to get a fair budget bill. That did not happen, as he waited over and over again to see whether or not the Republicans would do what was done in the last administration and raise the debt ceiling, not for debt, but to pay America's bills. This picture depicts, with the Speaker Emeritus and Good Hope Baptist Church, children in daycare. And under the leadership of my friends, without the work that we're doing now to pay our bills and to, in actuality, ensure that non-discretionary funding, which takes care of Head Starts and child care, would have been literally thrown out, and families would be standing in line looking for an empty chair for their child to go in so they could go to work. That's what Democrats did. And today we stand on this floor to say that we will not allow the cruelty of default. We'll not allow hostage taking. We will stand for the American people. And we will ensure that the expansion of veterans and homeless persons and children in foster care that are now able to get SNAP, that is because we continue to fight even though we could not get the Republicans to come to the table for 4 or 5 months. I offered amendments to provide an increase or provision for those students who are still in their families' homes.
Gentlelady's time's expired.
We care about America.
Gentlelady is no longer recognized. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized. Gentlelady is no longer recognized.
I thank the chairman. I have a lot of friends in this room, and some are, all are on one side and many are on the other side. But I've heard some shocking things in here that will literally take my breath away. Adding to the Canadian fires. Literally take my breath away. Someone offered up the Catholic charities, and the Republicans are known to introduce legislation and try to pass legislation to penalize the Pope, Catholic charities, and other nonprofits for simply doing what the scriptures in their faith tell them to do. In addition, the kind of self-righteous testimony that I've heard, and is not ad hominem of anybody, I've said it generically, is unbelievable. It is simply unbelievable. I've been on Homeland Security since 9/11, helped create the committee and the department. I could turn around and blame the victims who jumped out of the building. That's how outrageous this testimony has been. As it relates to Title 42, since it was lifted, the number of unlawful crossings at the southwest border has dropped nearly 65% per the Biden administration. The administration last 2 fiscal years, DHS has seized more fentanyl and arrested more criminals for committing crimes related to fentanyl and precursor chemicals than any previous 5 years combined. Fentanyl seizures are even higher in FY 2023. I really don't know what you're talking about. The administration has strategically placed more than 24,000 Border Patrol agents, officers, thousands of troops and contractors to the concern of many various positions, and over 1,000 asylum officers along the border. Let me be very clear. Chairman of this committee said, as relates to the impeachment of the secretary, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. Someone tell me how we're going to, in a bipartisan way, do the job that the American people want us to do. We are all concerned. But the misrepresentation of what Border Patrol agents are saying, I don't know what you all are hearing. When I go, they are both collegiate, congenial, factual, compassionate, and reasonable. They love their job, and they believe that a lot of work is being done by Congress to give them resources, and someone just said they need no resources. And when there are issues that need to be addressed, we do need to address them in a bipartisan way, as opposed to condemnation. But for every visit you've been to the border, I've probably doubled it. And I've walked the streets and seen the despair. I've been in the nonprofits, and yes, I have seen the horrors of the Trump administration snatching children away from their parents and the complete disconnect that the children got in only months of separation
when they tried to reunite them. And the children were looking in shock at the mother and would not even go to the parent. That's how dysfunctional they had become. I have a short time, forgive me, Melnick. I know you have 3 names, but forgive me. Give me just a quick snippet of the fact that the world has changed with the amount of migration and people moving, i.e. Venezuela, and it is enormous. Just quickly, because I have another question quickly for you.
Yeah, this is the big difference between the Biden administration and the Trump administration is who is coming. The Trump administration, it was mostly Mexicans and Central Americans. Now we are seeing far greater flows from other parts of the Western Hemisphere, in particular Venezuela, Cuba, and Nicaragua, which pose very different challenges to processing.
For those who say we're doing nothing, I know that the American Immigration Council has done some work on this. Can you discuss what you found as it relates to arrests by Customs and Border Protection of individuals trafficking fentanyl? And can you quickly distinguish, there is something called human smuggling, which is what the bulk of activity is going on with the cartels and the smugglers. It is different from human trafficking. I am a champion against human trafficking. Please explain the fentanyl issue that you've been able to determine and how smuggling and trafficking is different and how it is human smuggling that is going on at the border and that the administration has its hand on trafficking. Yes, sir.
Yeah, really
and let me say Reichland Melner. Thank you.
Really quickly, smuggling is usually people pay a smuggler to smuggle themselves. Trafficking is people who are being trafficked involuntarily against their own will. And when it comes to fentanyl, I think there I look to what the law enforcement agencies say, CBP, ICE, HSI, the DEA, and the FBI all say the overwhelming majority of hard drugs such as fentanyl come into the U.S. at ports of entry, smuggled usually in passenger cars and most often by U.S. citizens.
And they're catching them.
The fentanyl seizures have increased every year, and I believe the deployment of non-intrusive inspection technology increases year by year.
Gentlelady's time
Thank you. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentleman. This really is about saving lives. 8 children a day die from gun violence. In addition, 40,000 Americans die from gun violence throughout the year. I want to thank Congressman Thompson of California for making clear what we're saying here today. A veteran can buy a brace any day of the year. We love and respect and admire our veterans. But at the same time, we respect our first responders, police officers, and firefighters, and others who are on the front line, or former combat officers who say that we don't need automatic weapons in the hands of civilians. There's no hunting purpose, there's no purpose. You haven't lived until you see a shootout in your district between a criminal with a ghost gun against police officers. That is what we're trying to prevent. I don't want to see that in Houston, Texas ever again. You can buy the brace without a background check. But when it becomes a dangerous weapon, when that brace changes the gun's legal status and makes it, in essence, the same that caused a mass shooting at a Boulder, Colorado supermarket, the stabilizing brace made and a shorter barrel made a pistol under federal gun regulations. And so saving lives is why I'm standing here on the floor. Protecting police officers is why I'm on the floor. Protecting firefighters. And then the highest calling that I'm on the floor is protecting children and stopping Uvalde and Sandy Hook and Parkland, and the list goes on in Santa Fe. But a brace can be bought without a background check. And the rule that's being overturned simply has the ATF simply saying the ATF is doing the right thing.
Gentlewoman's time has expired.
vote for the underlying bill.
Gentlewoman's
I yield
time has
back.
expired.
Yield back, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. The chair recognizes the ranking member, the distinguished lady from Houston, Texas, Ms. Lee, Ms. Jackson Lee.
Thank you for your courtesies, and let me thank Congresswoman Dean for her questioning, and certainly to Congressman Swalwell and to his constituent for his leadership, persistent leadership in assuring justice for you. And I'm very appreciative of his presence here and as well his assistance in kind of the ranking member capacity. So thank you so very much for your leadership on this issue. And I think we all want justice for anyone that has been in the midst of a heinous crime that has generated in the loss of life. We want to come here today and fully appreciate what we're dealing with. So I want to thank the gentleman from Arizona for yielding to me for my opening statement, which I will try to summarize and come back again for questions. But we're here today to deal with the issue of retail crime. Recently, retailers and industry advocates have sounded the alarm, expressing concern that organized retail crime has become a significant threat to the retail industry. This criminal activity involves groups of individuals who operate in well-coordinated manner to steal goods or defraud retailers and resell stolen items for economic gain. Mr. Biggs, Congressman Biggs, just last week, I spoke to the mobile phone store owners. Most of those stores are ground floor. All of them are ground floor. They're in shopping centers, strip centers, etc. And there's nothing like, I guess the terminology is break the glass and grab. It's something else that smash and grab. Thank you so very much. And they were speaking of that, and I want to listen to them because that is heinous. It is an economic crime, but it's also violence and threatens the potential of people's lives. Smash and grab. We're not here to support that. It is a multi-billion-dollar enterprise, and I want them to know that I'm listening to those constituents in Houston who have businesses that are subject to that kind of crime, that evolves and adapts to the latest technological trends within the retail industry and among consumers and inevitably results in higher prices at the cash register. Social media and news reports are replete with videos of flash mobs rushing into stores and overwhelming and sometimes assaulting employees and leaving with bags and armfuls of goods, mostly these retail items that from clothing to jewelry to phones, etc. While these anecdotal accounts are alarming, the federal role in deterring these crimes should be made clearer because it seems unclear. The federal government has been recognized, long recognized the problem and taken steps to combat organized retail crime and protect store employees, customers, and communities. Cooperation between retailers and federal and state law enforcement agencies through task forces and partnerships has been crucial in addressing these crimes and promoting public safety. For example, the FBI's Cleveland field office partnered with the Retail Industry Leaders Association and state and local law enforcement agencies to share expertise, intelligence, and resources to identify, investigate, and prosecute those who perpetrate these crimes. Over the past 3 years, Homeland Security investigation has tripled the number of cases it is investigating. Last year, HSI, Houston, and the Houston Police Department, who I applaud, arrested 8 people and seized nearly 2,000 stolen electronic devices, which is very likely the device of choice, valued at approximately $1.8 million as part of a joint investigation into a $65 million transnational organized retail crime operation suspected of smuggling stolen cell phones and other electronic overseas and laundering the proceeds. The FBI, the Secret Service, and Department of Homeland Security have all increased their efforts to investigate and prosecute retail crime because it's a domestic, national security threat, and it connects internationally. Even in spite of the efforts of law enforcement to address this activity, the issue of understanding the prevalence of organized retail crime persists, largely due to a lack of consistent and comprehensive data. If I support legislation, that be one of the aspects of determining what is the level of this type of crime. Data gives us a pathway to solution. And while various retailers, retail organizations, law enforcement track retail theft, there is no uniform definition of organized retail crime or a standardized method for tracking such crimes, which makes it difficult to ascertain the full scope of the problem and formulate a targeted response. Compound the inconsistency in data collection with retailers' reluctance to report the full extent of crimes committed in their stores, and lawmakers such as ourselves are left with little information that we can use to determine how Congress can help. If we can get sort of the relief from insurance rates going up or people not wanting to come to your store to these retailers so we can gather data, that might be a good step forward in getting the information we need. Moreover, the anonymous nature of the internet has made it easier for criminals to coordinate their activities and resell their ill-gotten merchandise. But monitoring online activity can be complicated. Not all transactions can be traced, making it even harder to understand the prevalence of organized retail crime as it occurs. Last Congress, we were able to pass the Informed Consumers Act, which takes effect this month. That's good news. That law will add more transparency to online transactions by requiring online marketplaces to collect, verify, and disclose certain information from high-volume sellers and provides consumers with means to report suspicious activities. Despite there being no representative from the retailers present today, I hope our witnesses have been able to, because you've already been testifying, to help us determine whether there's more that the federal government can do to combat organized retail crime, and certainly to prevent the hardship of this mother who has experienced a terrible crisis and devastating act in her life. I expect that they will be able to explain, or have been able to explain, their vision for increased federal involvement, and I hope members have secured that information from them. While there are those who have advocated for federal organized crime statute, many in law enforcement argue that existing tools are sufficient. We will keep looking at this to combat these crimes. When considering the creation of new federal offenses, we should be both thoughtful and careful, particularly if there are statutes already available to prosecute the conduct in question. Bearing that in mind, although federal law does not explicitly criminalize retail theft, the transportation of stolen goods across state lines, the sale or receipt of stolen goods, money laundering, conspiracy, all of which are components of organized retail crime and are all currently prohibited by federal law. Enforcement is certainly a key. Catching these bad guys and ladies is certainly important. Hopefully today's hearing has been able to determine and will continue to what the impediments to investigating and prosecuting organized retail crime are due more to a lack of resources than a need for additional prosecutorial tools. And so I look forward to listening to the witnesses' answers so that we can be as effective as possible. And yes, when it comes to the dastardly act of someone losing their life, that they'd never have that happen to a mother or family again. We know there is petty shoplifting, but we know that there is this thing called violent crime that hurts everyone. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. With that, Chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Kiley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for organizing this hearing. We need to make crime illegal again. And I'm encouraged by the comments of the ranking member, which made reference to these.
Lady from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
The gentlelady is recognized.
I thank the Speaker and I thank the distinguished ranking member and certainly the distinguished member who is managing my friend from Texas. But let me be very clear. I support a stabilizing brace for disabled Americans and veterans. Could anybody stand here and disagree with that? They were wounded in combat. They're fighters for our freedom. It is my honor to represent the Veterans Cemetery in Houston, Texas, over a number of years. Let me be very clear on what we are debating here today. Might I say that there are veterans in the ATF, men and women who served in the United States military who've come home to serve again. Their desire is not to violate the Second Amendment, neither is their desire to take innocent Americans in. You can get a brace for those disabled, those veterans, and it is a legal process. This provision specifically is to deal with when you make it a lethal weapon to be used like an assault weapon to kill people. I don't know why we can't be clear. Let me tell you why it's very clear. Because we started out with this bill so many days and weeks ago, but in the midst of it, someone used the exact same brace to go into the Covenant School in Nashville and murder 3 9-year-olds and 3 staff members. That's what the ATF is against. 8 children dying every day and 40,000 Americans dying throughout the year through gun violence. Not your Second Amendment. Who would even think that you could tamper with the Second Amendment? It's in the Bill of Rights. But we do believe that when you have this weapon being created to be the kind of dangerous, lethal weapon to kill, Americans will stand up and say, it's not about the Second Amendment, it's about saving lives. And Dayton 2019, 9 killed, 17 injured. Boulder 2021, 10 killed. Yes, Colorado Springs 2022, 5 killed and 19 injured. Nashville 2023, 6 killed, and children are amongst this. And this is the procedure that is used, not at a shooting range where our veterans may go, but for criminal acts that kill people. And let me let you hear from the person who actually designed it. It was the creator of the SB Tactical Stabilizing Brace who acknowledged in a 2017 interview with the editor of the Firearms blog that many who brought the braces did so to avoid the National Firearms Registration. They were going to do bad, not those good veterans. He also said during our joint hearing last month to a question I asked to discuss the ATF order that the stabilizing brace was originally designed to allow a disabled veteran to shoot a pistol more accurately and safely. Under this
Speaker, I yield the gentlelady an additional 30 seconds.
The gentlelady is recognized for another 30 seconds.
Under this regulation, they will still be able and allowed to do so. Let me be very clear. It is for veterans and under the regulation of ATF, who is full with combat veterans themselves doing their duty to this nation, who looked at this and said they cannot stand for more children being murdered by someone taking a brace and not disabled at all, but to make a steady aim to kill innocent and take innocent lives. I commend the ATF for its fortitude, and I will tell you that the work we need to be doing right now, passing the Kimberly Vaughn Firearms Safe Storage Act, extreme risk protection laws, and assault weapons ban that more than 200 persons voted against, but the right people voted for. This is not an injury to our veterans. It is saving lives. Who would stand up here against a veteran? Nobody. But I am going to stand up here against the killing of children. I yield back.
The chair recognizes Ms. Jackson Lee of Texas.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much, and let me thank the distinguished ranking member and chairman and my colleagues and members and the witnesses. Every time you put yourself forward, we certainly thank you very much. But this is a journey that I've taken now for 28 years, maybe a little shorter, and it never fails that whenever a Republican administration is in, my Republican friends are in the majority, there is an enormous crisis, and the executive does nothing. There is no effort to write legislation. There's no effort to correct what any one of you are saying. And it is, with all due respect and admiration and friendship, it's a broken record. It is literally a broken record. Before the late John McCain passed, there was a Gang of 8 who had an enormous contribution to trying to do an overhaul over immigration reform. And it was the party that is now in charge of the House that blocked it. I worked with, on this committee, a chairwoman by the name of Candace Miller from Michigan. We worked on comprehensive immigration reform measures to address the U.S.-Mexico border, which was blocked by the Republican leadership at that time. Do your homework. In years past, we've written legislation to provide the border personnel every manner of support we could give them. So let me be very clear. The Remain in Mexico program was horrible because I went and visited the squatter that the people were sitting in. There was nowhere for them to go. It was misery. Nothing was happening. The border wall, you can get a nice comment and quote. Our men and women at the border are very nice people. They will give you quotes. But it is well known that most of fentanyl comes through the United States citizens through legal ports of entry. And it is also well known that even though you'll say, well, that's because we need more border wall, that the border communities fight you for the border wall not to have it. And smugglers and others find other ways. As relates to the asylum cooperative agreements, we have agreements now with Venezuela, Haiti, Cuba, and Nicaragua. And as relates to Title 42, the Republicans voted to end the public health provision that the president ended, and by its very essence, you ended Title 42. Let me quickly, because I will be going to one witness, because all the other witnesses, I know what you're going to say, but I do appreciate the work that Ms. Acer is doing, so please be ready for a question. I'm trying to get through. I heard the word impeachment. I don't know whether it was going in the direction of my president, the President of the United States, or whether it was going in terms of Secretary Mayorkas, an immigrant himself, who pulled himself up by the bootstraps and has more commitment in his tiny finger than what I would imagine some who advocate against him. And I make that generic. But Secretary Mayorkas has done nothing contrary to his boss. He is a member of the cabinet, and his boss wants America to be safe, the President of the United States. And every aspect of work that we can do, from the increased resources, from adding to the additional personnel, to creating pathways for people to parole in, for creating the app, and the numbers have gone down. They surge up, they go down, it depends upon movements of people. And so you have no more answers than anyone else. Mr. Wolf, you were in there for a year or 2 years, and I don't see anything that you did that has brought down anything that we're talking about. And this is not a personal statement, because I want to add and say, I appreciate your service to the nation. But everybody that's sitting there that's criticizing had their opportunity. We've got to come together as a country and stop scaring our constituents, because America is getting more diverse, and they are contributing to the economy and to the culture of this nation. The world watches as to whether or not we can make this experiment work. They're in awe of us. And they come because they're in awe, because they're desperate, because they think this is the greatest country in the world, and it is. And its democracy, however challenged, is still standing. It bothers me to masquerade. I have this question, Mr. Chairman, asked her indulgence so she can answer it. I represent Catholic Charities and many others. I fought to get hostages back from Russia. I have dealt with the crisis of deportation, families separated. What does it do to our very dedicated nonprofits who are innocent, who have the responsibility of taking care of people in the streets, people who are separated, children who are separated, people who are traveling, that you would assess them criminally or fine them so that they're so scared that they cannot do the normal humane things for individuals who even may be in here on a legal pathway coming into the United States? Mr. Chairman, I ask your indulgence for her to be able to ask that question.
Just if you could make your answer short, Ms. Jackson Lee's already over her time, so I'll allow it. I'll allow it, and just make your answer as quick as possible.
No basis for the Secretary to be impeached, but go right ahead.
It's reprehensible. Not only does it punish people for acting on their humanitarian values, it also punishes them for acting on their faith beliefs as well. And it's totally counterproductive. I mean, here in America, we need our faith-based organizations, we need our communities to step up and be part of the solution. And many Americans want to do that and are doing that as we speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Gentlelady yields.
Gentleman is recognized. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee. The gentlelady is recognized.
I am appreciative of the courtesies of the chairwoman and the courtesies of the ranking member, because I am a recipient of student loans. As we proceed, the minimal amount that each person would get, in many instances, will be life-starting and life-igniting. This is not about deadbeat persons. This is about the excessive overburden of our students of the 21st century who have been enrolled in schools with excessive fees and tuition. This was not bureaucrats making decisions. This was an analytic assessment of how heavy burden is on working persons with student debt. They were not able to make ends meet. Some were not able to purchase first homes. Some were not able to make payments on other necessities, raise their families. And so I'm disappointed that we're at this point of trying to undo the President's thoughtful effort at giving Americans, all Americans across this country, an opportunity to continue their economic growth, to use their education in the service of others. Many of these persons are teachers, and many of these persons are middle-class, working families who are simply trying to not be in debt, but to be responsible for the obligation that they had to do in order to be, in instances, the first person that ever went to college in their family. And so, Mr. Speaker, let me ask my colleagues to allow, in spite of court decisions and this particular underlying motion, allow these people to begin their life and to contribute to the economic engine of this nation. These student loans were well invested.
One additional minute. The gentlelady's time has expired. One additional minute. The gentlelady is reserved 1 minute, an additional minute.
These student loans were well invested because they are now, many of them, in the workforce. But I want to add another component. Sometimes in life, there are hills and valleys. Many of these individuals may have had some difficulty, may have been unemployed for a period of time. And if you talk to these young people or individuals that have had this student debt, who are not young people anymore, some crisis in their life prevented them from making these payments. Mr. Speaker, it topples them. It just doesn't give them a moment to breathe. It's not that they're trying to default on the United States of America or be a deadbeat. We would be better to give them another lifeline so they can contribute to this society. And that's all this effort was. And it was not frivolous. It was not selecting people who didn't want to pay. There was an application process. And it is a legitimate way of responding to the outcry of Americans and young people. Let us not approve this disapproval. I yield back. Thank the chairman, and as I indicated, I really appreciate the chairman for having this hearing. I hope we can find common ground on one conspicuous set of facts, is that the backlog is just unacceptable. And then I'd like to thank Mr. Berman for joining me and my colleague, Mr. Cohen, on that legislation that clearly should be adhered to, of counts untried, and to even include them in essence acquitted or other matters. So thank you for that. But also let me, to the gentleman bringing apples and oranges, the case dealing with the family member of the president was by a Trump-appointed U.S. attorney, and so whatever preference or bias could have been imposed, we should ask that Republican-appointed U.S. attorney what his or her reasoning might have been in this instance, him. So why don't we just stay focused on, I think, a very important topic. And I do understand that Mr. Formez served 4 years, and I thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the point I was making is that his clemency process took just a month. Mr. Osler, I'd like to proceed with questioning in your direction, because I like the words that you have said, systemically impacting a person that has the least. The system does that, and I think that we should be concerned about that. Let me ask you, Professor, can you walk us through how past administrations have typically reached pardon decisions and what processes are typically followed? And I have a series of questions, so
Yes, and thank you for that question. It's evolved over time. The current system developed organically. Nobody planned this. It was basically people delegating to those lower down, the Attorney General deciding not to be involved. It has never been thought out. Now, previous administrations used processes where the Attorney General would meet directly with the President. That was usually somebody that the President trusted. They would meet regularly. And you saw that if you look at the clemency statistics, very often the year with the highest number of grants, including for Ronald Reagan, would be the third year or the sixth year or the fifth year.
Let me proceed with some other questioning. And then I want to acknowledge Amy Puva, Weldon Angelos, Jason Pye, Candia Milton, and Jeff Cook McCormick, who I had opportunity to engage with on this topic. I think they too recognize 17,000 backlog of cases. But did the Trump White House follow these typical processes in exercising his clemency powers?
I believe that they did in 25 of the cases that were granted. So about 1/8 of the cases where there was a grant.
So how did the Trump White House deviate from the procedures?
They had an informal process, as I understand it, that sometimes involved people who had submitted a petition and sometimes those who submitted once they decided to press for it, especially in that last period. It's hard to know what process was actually used. I wasn't a part of it, and so that opaqueness is the opposite of the transparency that this kind of constitutional imperative should require.
Well, in essence, we are throwing sort of oatmeal up against the wall to a certain extent, which is not helpful justice, I would take.
Well, I can tell you this. I know a lot of the people who didn't get granted in that period, and it was heartbreaking to watch the list come out and know that people whose petitions had been entered years before, who'd done everything right, who'd followed the rules, and had remarkable reformations, weren't on that list.
So when I asked the question, what impact this had on those seeking pardons, it just crushed them. Is that what you're saying? They followed the rules and they didn't see any light at the end of the tunnel?
That's correct. I received a message recently from a woman named Sarah Carlson. We did her pardon petition. She's been out for several years. She works for a faith-based organization called Minnesota Adult and Teen Challenge. She does fantastic work. She's proven that she deserves a pardon. We submitted her petition years ago. She doesn't know why she's not getting a chance, why she isn't getting the fair shake.
So Sarah's her first name?
Yes.
Sarah, and then there's a Ross Albright, and there is a Dr. Hamilton, and then there's a Reverend Kirby John Caldwell who paid every cent of his alleged unfortunate circumstance, every cent back to everyone. Let me just quickly, is there anything that you think Congress can do about the clemency process? How can we improve it? And with regard to the extensive backlog of clemency petitions, it's an embarrassment to the Constitution. What can Congress do to help these individuals? Can you just combine those two answers?
Yeah, gentlelady's time has expired. You may answer.
Yes, pass the Fixed Clemency Act, focus on that, and push this president to take clemency seriously. Not only has he not granted many individual grants, he hasn't denied any by presidential action either. He's just ignored it.
Mr. Chairman, quickly, enter by unanimous consent the memorandum to the Honorable Donald Trump on November 6, 2020, and the executive grant of clemency signed by Donald J. Trump, President, December 22nd, 2020. That's unanimous consent.
Without objection.
Thank you.
So ordered.
Yield to the gentlelady recognize the gentlelady from, we got a unanimous consent request from Mr. Moore.
Mr. Chairman, yes, the Wall Street Journal article I'd like to enter into the record says Republicans eye sweet home for new FBI headquarters in Alabama.
All right, without objection, the chair now recognizes the gentlelady for Texas for 5 minutes, and then we'll take a break, Director.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Director Wray, for your presence here. Thank you to the men and women of the FBI in particular for the work that you've done on gun violence and as well the work that you've done in keeping Americans safe. Let me very quickly move on some issues that have been made a chief part of the work of our friends on the other side of the aisle. Republican members of this committee have spent much time of this Congress claiming that various aspects of the U.S. government have been weaponized against the American people. Director Wray, are you or your staff or auxiliaries weaponizing the FBI against the American people?
Absolutely not.
Thank you very much. Let me thank you as well for your civil rights work and emphasize that in addition, there have been representations that the FBI exaggerates domestic terrorism reports or data. Certainly, January 6th had its many different storytellers, but that was an act of domestic terrorism. I don't know how you could have exaggerated that as evidenced by the special congressional committee we had. But let's just think of domestic terrorism as it relates to the good men and women of our law enforcement. Take an example in February 2020 in Texas, where a white supremacist was engaged in conspiracy involving swatting, a harassment tactic, and all of the emergency services showed up over and over again. Does domestic terrorism impact negatively and dangerously on America's law enforcement and first responders?
Absolutely, and sometimes law enforcement are themselves the intended victims or targets of domestic violent extremism.
Though you have good, committed individuals, does the critique is legitimate? That's our job. But does the constant condemnation impact on morale of FBI personnel or those trying to join the FBI?
Well, look, our people are human beings, and nobody likes to see the organization they've dedicated their careers, really their lives to, unfairly criticized. But I will tell you, as I said in my opening statement, that the good news is our people are also tough and resilient. Our attrition is in the low single digits and would be the envy of almost any employer, and our recruiting, unlike what's happening in law enforcement more generally, is actually up very significantly.
Thank you, and I look forward to it being diverse. Let me start with our whistleblower journey here. Are you familiar with FBI Special Agents Kyle Serapin?
I'm familiar with the name.
Is that yes?
I'm familiar with the name.
Yeah. The committee heard testimony that Mr. Serapin was suspended after he mishandled his service weapon and then said he wanted to use 2 female FBI executives as shooting targets. That was testimony of Jennifer Moore, HR under Human Resources under oath from the FBI. Mr. Serapin describes himself as a congressional whistleblower, but committee Republicans will not tell us whether he has been in contact with them. Are you familiar with former FBI agents Garrett O'Boyle and Marcus Allen?
Again, I'm familiar with the names.
Thank you. O'Boyle was suspended for accessing information about an ongoing case and then leaking to the press, and Allen was suspended for interfering in the investigation of a January 6th suspect. Both Allen and O'Boyle testified before the Weaponization Committee in May. Were you aware of that?
Yes, ma'am.
I think they are clearly there for all friends and family to see. I assume they wanted to be seen. Do you know who Kash Patel is, if you know?
Yes, I know who he is.
He's an aide to President Trump, isn't he? Or was an aide, or is an aide to President Trump?
Well, he was an individual who served in a number of different roles, both up here on the Hill and in the executive branch.
Thank you. Here's another picture. It's the checks that Serapin sent to both O'Boyle and Allen. Each check was for $255,194. Let me say that again. These men were paid $255,194 after they testified as so-called whistleblowers. And it should be noted that it says here, as it says, for holding the line. Director, at the time that Serapin and Patel gave Garrett O'Boyle and Marcus Allen these checks, do you happen to know if they were still employees of the FBI?
I can't speak to that. I don't know the answer.
If they were, 5 CFR 2635, and I'd appreciate if we could get an answer in writing after you go back, whether they were or not, prohibits FBI employees from accepting cash gifts, doesn't it?
Well, there are a whole number of rules that would apply to this. Again, I don't want to weigh in on a specific person.
But if they were, that rule applies about cash gifts.
I'm not aware of a situation in which they could appropriately accept cash gifts.
Just generally, if that applies to FBI agents about not taking cash gifts, is that correct?
There are definitely rules that apply to special agents accepting cash gifts.
Let me just finish this. Can you explain why an FBI agent should not receive cash? But let me move to one that I think is extremely important. Mr. Chairman, just a moment. And here is what I think is most interesting piece of this whole puzzle. O'Boyle and Allen are represented by an outfit called Empower Oversight. Empower Oversight is run by former Republican staffers. Do you know who else Empower Oversight might represent in any way?
Mr. Chairman, I have a unanimous consent request.
Let me just
Gentlelady's time has expired.
Thank you so very much.
Respond.
Thank you. The so-called IRS whistleblower who Jim Jordan had relied upon. But does anyone need any further proof that these allegations are ginned up, corrupt political stunts advanced by those who don't want to see us follow the law? Finally, Mr. Chairman, here's another person who wants to join you on the 702, but the FBI has begun major reforms, and I think we should recognize that. You've been very kind. I yield back my time.
Gentlelady yields back. I would just point out, my guess is they got the money because they wanted the money because they were trying to feed their family.
They actually haven't received the money, have unanimous consent request, Mr. Chairman, of a tweet Matthew Foldy put out here during this hearing. Right off the bat, Jerry Nadler lies about whistleblower getting $250,000. He says here, Marcus Allen has not received $250,000. He has not received or cashed the check that Kyle Seraphin posted online. Enter that in the record.
Into the record, we will...
3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized for 3 minutes.
I thank the gentleman. Having had some tenure on this floor, my recollection is that in many instances, the NDAA has been a welcoming bipartisan initiative. We have worked together, we have formulated ways to improve the lives of the men and women of the United States military. Let me just make it very clear. That's what the NDAA is supposed to be. Strengthening our ability to be a fighting force, but who do you have as a fighting force? The men and women of the United States military. I take great insult and offense to suggest that there are not young people in America who are willing to lay down their lives as our fathers and mothers and grandparents did. They do want to join the United States military. It is the ability of the military to govern itself within the civilian framework that we should be promoting in the NDAA. And so it is a terrible shame that members of color on this floor will be forced to vote on something that takes us back to the dark ages about not talking about how richly diverse we are. All of these race amendments that have been allowed to come to the floor are literally a disgrace. Did we talk about diminishing returns when the Tuskegee Airmen took to the skies in the 1940s and World War II and were one of the successful bombing units ever? Black, my father-in-law, Philip Ferguson Lee. Or did we find a diminishing in the military when Truman integrated legally to allow African Americans to join the United States military or to rise and not be discriminated against, and others followed? It was a magnificent move and a fearful move. Many thought Truman would lose his election. How dare we come to the floor on this? This is about our men and women. Why would my amendment be left out that talks about black maternal mortality? There are black women soldiers, officers who would benefit from that. Or $10 million that I introduced dealing with triple-negative breast cancer that has been accepted and in year after year because it is to save lives. $2.5 million in post-traumatic stress disorder. It is to save our soldiers' lives and to be able to admit that there is PTSD continuing and we need to be able to help. Or to address injuries that came after someone comes out of the military, to connect them to the military benefits, which we see in many of those. Yes, I have an amendment in this that deals with providing emergency housing for those of us who live in the Gulf region or live in the West where these natural disasters are coming, or in the East Coast in Connecticut, that when people are totally displaced, we are very grateful of the fact that the bases would be open to providing disaster care for them.
The gentlewoman's time has expired.
I yield additional 30 seconds to the gentlelady.
The woman is recognized for another 30 seconds.
I thank you. This amendment that is in adds a report to be submitted within 220 days following enactment on capacity to provide disaster survivors with emergency short-term housing. This bill should be a bill that builds the mighty fighting force. It should not deny women the right under their medical care, and Secretary Austin and the Pentagon to say quietly, you can have a medical decision. If it cannot be made in the state that you are forced to be assigned to, posted, you can go to another state. It is a disgrace that they would interfere in private reproductive rights This is
Gentleman,
undermining
time has
what we're
expired.
here for, to build up a fighting force of men and women, and that's what this bill should be. We will stand to the death
Gentlewoman's
to
time
make sure
has
this
expired.
bill supports the men and women
Gentlewoman's
and the
has
fighting force
expired.
of America. I yield back.
And thank the witnesses very much. Just a slight moment down memory lane, Ms. Goteen. Something called COINTELPRO. I won't ask you to get in the weeds, but it was used extensively against Dr. Martin Luther King and the whole landscape of civil rights activists and workers to give minimal liberties to African Americans during the 1950s and 60s. And so here we are again with what was needed to be able to protect Americans. And I think it's important to indicate that the process was that if there was communication and it was with a foreign operative, foreign citizen, the FBI for Americans would not be targeting you, not supposed to be, but we're targeting that foreign citizen or the communications thereof. How did we mess up so badly?
Wow, that's a tough question. What I would say is that FISA, as enacted in 1978, required the government to obtain an individualized court order showing probable cause that the target of surveillance was a foreign power or an agent of foreign power when domestically placing a wiretap to collect communications between even foreign targets and Americans. And that was to safeguard the Americans' constitutional rights that they have in that communication. What Section 702 did is it got rid of that requirement. And it enabled the government to say that as long as it's targeting a foreigner, we don't really have to worry so much about the Americans' constitutional rights. Now, that's not actually what Section 702 says. It says, you're going to pull this in, the American side of the communications, but you should minimize it. You should delete it. You should not share it. Unfortunately, that's not what has happened.
So that is, that's a crux of one of the elements of the problem.
Absolutely.
There, this mountain piles up and no one feels any compulsion, not compelled to say, let me immediately send it into the incinerator, throw it into the trash, get rid of it, shred it, etc. Doesn't happen.
Right, and even if the FBI comes across Americans' information or other agencies, NSA, CIA, that doesn't even seem to be foreign intelligence or evidence of a crime, they pretty much never get rid of it until it reaches the age-off deadline, which is 5 years. It's 5 years with a lot of exceptions. So it's 5 years, or in many cases, much longer.
Let me try to hone in on what Americans may be impacted by with respect to these cases, in this pile of information in which an agency has not complied with the guidelines that Congress put in place and or their own policies. To your knowledge, is the evidence found, or has the evidence found in this way, typically excluded in a criminal case?
Well, in most criminal cases, the government doesn't give the notice to criminal defendants that is required under FISA. There's been a long pattern of the government evading its notice obligations. And if the defendant doesn't know that FISA has been used, that Section 702 has been used in that defendant's case, there's no way the defendant can raise a challenge, let alone have the evidence excluded. And most likely, the way that the government has been avoiding this notice obligation is through parallel construction, which is a well-documented practice of essentially recreating the evidence using less controversial means. So one of the things that Congress should do, if and when it reauthorizes Section 702, is to prohibit parallel construction. If I could quickly speak to Congressman Gates's question, I think the problem with simply letting Section 702 expire is that...
I will allow you to do so. The chairman's going to give me a little bit more time to be able to answer.
No.
But if you'll go quickly.
I'll go very quickly. Is that Congress will then lose the opportunity to make necessary reforms to other surveillance authorities and to close gaps that are in those authorities that allow the government to operate without any statutory authority at all. And if Congress merely lets Section 702 expire, the government will shift its surveillance activities to these other methods.
So let me quickly
get from you the singular change, other than what we just talked about, parallel construction, that we should be looking at?
Gentlelady's time's expired, but you may answer that question.
If I have any message for you today at all, it's that you cannot just go with one singular change. A warrant requirement for backdoor searches is necessary. It is far from sufficient. There are other reforms that need to be made, not only to Section 702, but also to overseas surveillance that currently happens without any statutory authority, to the practice of purchasing Fourth Amendment protected information from data brokers, and several other reforms that I mentioned in my written testimony.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. I recognize the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Tiffany.
With that, I will yield 1.5 minutes to my colleague from Texas, Representative Sheila Jackson Lee.
The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized. I'm on the, let me thank the gentlelady as well. I'm on the floor again, holding up the Constitution, which should not be eliminated for the fighting force of Americans who have been declared by nations around the world as the strongest, most powerful fighting force in the world. And whatever my friend says on the other side of the aisle, I have no basis for his statistics. No one has undermined the force of the men and women. Let me pay tribute to them. Equal protection of the law says, basically, a health care issue is a health care issue. Trans people have health care issues. Trans children have health care issues. It is an outrage that we should deny Americans who want to die on a battlefield the right to get TRICARE. TRICARE, maternal mortality, black maternal mortality, is more prone to African-American women. Should they be in the military denied because they have a black maternal mortality, more apt to have babies that die? No, they want to die on the field too, or they want to be able to wear the uniform. And so I have never been able to understand how you can deny people health care. It is health care. Let me say it again. It is health care. And for trans children, it is more your denial, your denunciation, your contempt, your hatred that drives any to do anything toward themselves. It could be a heterosexual and you've condemned them and they may be prone to suicide. This is not apt to those who happen to be trans. Please, I beg of this floor, do not pass these amendments because the Constitution will be trampled on. Health care,
the gentlewoman's time has expired.
Is health care.
Sorry, 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
The gentlewoman is recognized. I thank the ranking member very much. Families care about their children, and it stuns me that the gentleman on the other side has indicated that he wants to take health decisions out of the hands of parents who are serving in the United States military, committed to laying their life down for Americans, and eliminate it to the point that the parents who love the military must leave the military and diminish our fighting force. Let me be clear. As relates to trans children and medical care, every major medical and mental health association in the United States, representing more than 1.3 million U.S. doctors, support age-appropriate, gender-affirming care for transgender people. In addition, in the special needs of the soldiers and others in the United States military, there is no indication that money would be taken away from special needs children as it relates to the particular needs of trans children. What it does say is that parents who love their children would be discriminated against depending on what their health need is. And so I rise today in opposition to this ill thought of and ill-fated, I hope, amendment that clearly divides us as Americans, as members of the United States military, and that goes against science and medicine because this affirming medical care has been accepted. And so I am struck as I end by someone suggesting that someone who has their hand on a nuclear weapon or they're in some strategic assignment is diminished because they have a life that is different from someone else, that they are no more of a soldier than someone else. They are a soldier, they are part of the military, and the family should be allowed to make decisions for their children. These health decisions are life-changing and life-needed, and as well, medical doctors and science affirm it. I yield back, oppose this underlying amendment.
The gentleman yields. I now recognize Ms. Jackson Lee from Texas for 5 minutes.
I've been in this committee and I've watched Chairman Green and Chairman Thompson work very well together on a number of issues. In fact, they have shown themselves to be respectful of each other. For that, I say thank you. I've had the ability to monitor what has been going on in this room, and I frankly believe that problems don't get solved by castigating and making incorrect statements. I also have a 28-year history in this Congress and have been involved with the issue of immigration for at least that long a period of time. In the Judiciary Committee as ranking member of the Immigration Subcommittee, in this committee as chair of the Transportation Security Committee, ranking chair of the Border Security Committee, and as a Texan, have been to the border many times. I do believe that we can do this and solve the problem of immigration reform together. What I also know is, at least the border in Texas, there are many who are on the border that don't want a border wall because of its intrusiveness. In addition, because of topography and design, the border wall sometimes is not effectively put in the right place to be able to create any kind of criminal incident. After Title 42, we have found statistically, as answered by those at CBP, Customs and Border Protection, and the Border Patrol, that numbers have gone down. It is clear that we have work to do together on those who are coming across. It is clear that not one American, no matter what their party affiliation, abhors cartels, violence, and viciousness, and will come together to work on that issue. But it does no good for any of us to suggest that the President of the United States and the Secretary of Homeland Security are the key and only reasons for migration. I take offense, and it is wrong, frankly, because migration is a worldwide concern. Some would say problem, others would say crisis. People desperately come, even if it's for their economic goodness, and they argue something else. We well know that immigrants contribute $1.3 trillion in spending power to the economy. We also realize that not one single person sitting in this room was an indigenous person in the United States of America. Your ancestors came from somewhere. Mine came unwillingly in bondage. But it is clear to me that we have to find a better way. Let me quickly raise this question. Let me quickly do so. In 2018, the nation was horrified when a domestic terrorist shot down 11 worshipers at the Tree of Life Synagogue in Pittsburgh. Before going on this rampage, the shooter shared a manifesto alleging that, quote, the Hebrew Immigrant Aid Society likes to bring invaders in that kill our people. I can't sit by and watch my people get slaughtered. 2 weeks before that, he called immigrants hostile invaders on social media. Ms. Vaughn, do you believe there is a flood of immigrant invaders at the southern border who are slaughtering victims in American communities? This is a yes or no answer.
No, they're taking advantage of the opportunities that are offered by the current policies.
So you've answered no. So let me just say this. In your testimony on page 8 of your written testimony, you say there is a flood of people to the border brought on by the Biden-Mayorkas policies, and that these careless policies have created scores of new victims in American communities, all of which were preventable crimes. Ms. Vaughn, the issue of your partisan extremism goes beyond your testimony today. On November 4th, 2021, you alleged that the tragic murder of a man in Florida that year was another casualty due to Biden's open border. And 2 years before that, on January 8th, 2019, you laid blame for the horrific murder of a police officer, Mr. Singh, in San Joaquin Valley at the feet of Democrats' border weakening and sanctuary policies. I find this very dangerous because we need to come together as Americans, frankly, to be able to work, not name call, but to be able to say none of us wanted those kinds of incidents. How dare you say that any of us would want to have an officer killed or family killed? It is untenable. Neither does the chairman, neither does the president, neither does the secretary. Let me move quickly to something that's very important, Mr. Green, and I appreciate if you would allow me to do that. I happen to be someone who knows that there are barriers that can be utilized in certain ways, being a Texan, and I also know that we need to stop penalizing nonprofits for trying to help persons so that cities wouldn't have to put persons somewhere because the nonprofits have them. But let me raise this to a former DPS. I want to applaud a DPS officer who is on duty today in Texas, who became a whistleblower, to ask the question, why is state government and this Lone Star effort causing immigrants to die in the water, causing a pregnant woman to miscarry over the raised wire and the boys that are there, forcing them to go into deeper water, why a mother lost her life, her child's life, and another child is missing, why a little 4-year-old was denied water. This is the words of a DPS whistleblower right on staff today. And the question would be to all of you, as I ask the question, this is not America. And the Border Patrol agents saying that the razor wire and the boys are creating a difficult situation for them because as sworn officers of the United States of America, they are sworn to protect these people even as they will send them back. And they are going into deeper water to save lives.
Gentlelady's time is
That is
expired.
not, I'm putting that on the record, Mr. Chairman, because I want an investigation. These are not governmental witnesses. They are witnesses who've come to share their stories, but I want an investigation.
Can I respond to that?
I want an investigation.
Is there availability for me to respond to that accusation?
Hold on. I am taking control back. The gentlelady's time is expired.
And the
Mr.
gentleman is not-
Mr. D'Esposito is recognized from New York.
Texas recognized.
Good morning, Mr. Secretary. You have repeatedly been before us and indicated your humble beginnings and the passion and commitment in which you serve America and take very seriously your job here as Secretary of Homeland Security. On that basis, I have a number of quick questions that I'm going to ask for a sense of urgency and rapidness so that I can assure that all have been answered. First of all, I want to make clear that this is an oversight hearing, not an impeachment hearing. This is a hearing to address the questions of the work that has been done. And so to that end, just as a factual basis, there's been a lot of hollering about the entry on the border, operational control. And I'm asking for a brief question. We know that the federal government ended Title 42. Have crossings gone down?
Yes, they have. The approach that we have taken, Congresswoman, of expanding lawful pathways, safe, orderly, and lawful pathways for individuals, and at the same time delivering consequences to those who do not take advantage of those lawful pathways.
And part of that
has been working. The challenge, of course, remains.
My numbers suggest 70% that they've gone down, and it also suggests that the Biden administration has put in stricter requirements for asylum. Is that correct?
We did. We are delivering consequences for those who do not take advantage of the lawful pathways.
But you still believe in the humane infrastructure of America that started with the Statue of Liberty and realizing people flee persecution, political dynasties, if you will, that cause violence and a forcing of leaving. Is that part of our thinking here in the country?
Congresswoman, our laws, our refugee laws, our asylum laws are one of our proudest traditions as a country of refuge.
So would you say, having been asked this over and over again, that the United States, the President of the United States, the Secretary of Homeland Security, and all of the hardworking men and women at the border have operational control or have a form of presence, that they are aware of what's going on in the border and that they're working to secure the border every single day?
As we define that term, Congresswoman, we do.
CISA, has been called all things, maybe even not American. Is it an important element of securing elections as it did in the 2020 election in 2022?
The security of elections, our election system is a component of our country's critical infrastructure. To protect the safety, security, and integrity of the election process is a significant priority of this government. And the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency works very closely with election officials in state and local jurisdictions to ensure the safety and security of the election
I
system.
have two more questions, and I must quickly move forward. The ADL has indicated that there have been 3,697 anti-Semitic incidences, 36% increase from 2021. What is your department doing to protect the Jewish community? And within the new U.S. national strategy to counter anti-Semitism, what kind of commitments have you made? And I have another question, but I think this is extremely important.
Congresswoman, there has been a rise in anti-Semitism in this country, the rise in other ideologies of hate. Our responsibility as the Department of Homeland Security is when there is a connectivity between an ideology, whatever that ideology might be, and violence. It is the prevention of violence that really prompts our engagement with local communities around the country.
Thank you. I want to keep in touch on those issues. We all face communities who are certainly targets of that kind of violence. I want to suggest that immigration is a national and federal authorized responsibility. We see states like Texas and Florida that have spent billions in Texas that have bused individuals to the vice president's home and to other places. Can you tell me how detrimental in questioning states getting involved in immigration issues, and how confident you feel that you are protecting the American people and incidences like that, including incidences at the border, which I'll put in a record. Texas trooper alleges inhumane treatment of migrants by state officials along southern border. But how you are responding to that responsibility that you have?
Congresswoman, the safety and security of the American people is our highest priority. Law enforcement is most effective when it is executed collaboratively in cooperation.
Time of the joke.
I'd like to ask unanimous consent, Mr. Chairman, to place into the record the CBS News, July 18, Texas trooper alleges inhumane treatment of migrants by state officials along southern border. And Washington Post, southern border eerily quiet after policy shift on asylum seekers. I ask unanimous consent to place that into the record.
Without objection.
Recognizes the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee, for questioning.
Did you need some seconds, Mr. Correa?
Thank you. Just wanted to, trying to figure out your comment about comparing the fence around the Capitol and border wall to work or not. I think there's a lot more order now that that fence around the Capitol is gone, right?
You're claiming my time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let me thank Mr. Higgins, Ms. Correa, Mr. Ivey, Ms. Bishop for their courtesies on this committee that I've been the ranking member of on this full committee. I think this idea, Ms. Correa, of technology is being ignored. And I think it is important that the obligated funds are not wasted. They are either in DHS or they're either in DOD, waiting for Congress to do its job of reappropriations. But I think that the technology is worthy. Some of what the administration has done with some of the funds has helped the state of Alaska with missile field expansion and 2nd Radio Battalion in North Carolina, 79 elementary school for U.S. military children, fire crash rescue station, et cetera. So it is not wasted. I think we have a general disagreement on the value of the wall. I will say to the gentleman that spoke about fentanyl, I don't think there's one person on this committee, on this panel, that would not join you in a major effort. I, for one, I've introduced the fentanyl bill. I know that the House had one. It wasn't quite my cup of tea, but I'm ready for the fight. And so I hope that we'll have an opportunity to do some of the things that might be within our democratic principles. When I say democracy, and within the justice principles, let's try to do some things together. But I quickly want to just ask a question of Ms. Cooper. What is in the current state of the southern border in terms of migrant numbers? Have those numbers gone down? Do you have knowledge of that?
I do not have the most recent numbers in front of me. We have seen, in fact, as of the end of the fiscal year, we have seen approximately 1 million encounters. That is a significant.
Okay, you don't have the current. What about you, Ms. Gamler, GSA? Do you have some information about numbers going down or not?
We can follow up and provide specific numbers for your office.
Let's do that. But let me ask both Ms. Cooper, because your government right before me, DHS, and Ms. Gamler. I don't think because we do not have a wall that this kind of behavior that I'm about ready to report is appropriate. I think we can find ways of dealing with this as we have done before, and certainly we should not be in the category of doing inhumane items. Department of Public Safety trooper sent an email because he was very concerned about actions happening at the Texas border, where the governor has placed wire and buoys in water that brought about a pregnant woman having a miscarriage who was found late last month, caught in the wire, doubled over in pain. A 4-year-old girl passed out from heat exhaustion after she tried to go through it and was pushed back by Texas National Guard. A teenager broke his leg trying to navigate the water around it. And then the incident of a pregnant woman, on a series of previously reported drownings in the river during 1 week stretch earlier this month, including a mother and at least one of her 2 children who Federal Border Patrol agents spotted struggling to cross the Rio Grande. And my understanding is they were pulled from the river and given medical care before being transferred to EMF, but were later declared deceased in the hospital. The second child was never found. This is a DPS trooper providing an email because of his concern of what is happening and forcing people with the buoys and the wire to go into deeper water and therefore drowning. Yes, they are illegally crossing. This is a country of immigrants, but it's a country of laws, and I do understand that. But we have to, the question is that immigration is a federal issue, and it needs to be investigated as to the appropriateness of this kind of action, and whether this action is truly left to the states, where you wind up with this continued loss of life. So I'd like this, Ms. Cooper, you have a comment?
While I can't speak to the policies or actions of the state of Texas, I would like to reassure the Congresswoman and the committee that our Border Patrol agents, as they meet migrants in those locations, take their safety and security as they come into our custody very seriously and ensure to the greatest extent possible that they are taken care of at that moment.
And I would expect to do so, and I've seen them and I know they do, but I am asking that you carry this request for an investigation from me regarding the actions that this DPS trooper, has suggested. And we can provide you additional information, and I would ask Ms. Gamler, I know that you're in GAO, that we provide you with information. I've only cited what the trooper has cited in terms of maybe Border Patrol agents being forced to try and help these people. I think that's what I indicated. They were trying to help someone drowning in the middle of buoys and wires, but I would like to have an investigation in that.
Congresswoman, thank you. Well, we'd be happy to talk with your office after this hearing. And let me also just note that GAO has done prior work looking at CBP's provision of care for individuals in its custody, and we've made recommendations to CBP in those areas. We'd be happy to brief your office on that work as well.
Let me just finish one sentence, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your indulgence. I think I was specifically making the point of how difficult it makes whether CBP or in essence Border Patrol, which is at the border, make their job difficult when state actions like this cause what this trooper has suggested has occurred. Loss of life, miscarriage, 4-year-old broken leg, and a mother and her 2 children, one missing, mother and child dead. And so I think that we have established that immigration and border security is a federal issue. Whether we agree or disagree with the wall, it's a federal issue, and this should be investigated whether a state is intrusively, wrongly engaging in immigration responses. I yield back. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. None of the Republicans' goals today include solving Americans' problems of which they are concerned of. There are many reasons, Mr. Attorney General, that prosecutors decline to bring charges. One of those reasons is that they don't have any evidence for a conviction. That is the justice way. That is just in America. So let me raise these questions and concerns with you today. As we all know, Republicans have repeatedly alleged that the DOJ and FBI are conspiring to shield the Biden family from public criticism and giving Hunter Biden special treatment in its investigations. They have demonized law enforcement officials working with this case at every turn, which has directly led to increased threats against FBI officials, law enforcement, of which they pretend to support. I want to place into the record 2 excerpts from recent transcribed interviews, and I would ask that copies be made available to you. The first is from a June interview with Jennifer Moore, FBI's former Executive Assistant Director for Human Resources. She told this committee that FBI had received so many threats that it had to stand up an entire 10-person unit just to deal with them. She said it is unprecedented. It's a number we have never had before. More testimony, pages 202 to 203. The second excerpt is from an interview earlier this month with Thomas Sobocinski, the special agent in charge of FBI's Baltimore field office. Here's what he said. I joined the FBI 25 years ago. I joined for a reason, to protect the American people, uphold the Constitution. I've been to war. My family's been in bad places. My kids have been evacuated from war zones or quasi-war zones. I've been in some bad things. I have accepted that. I am solely focused on 2 things, and they're not mutually exclusive. The first is, like every investigation, I want to get to a resolution in a fair, apolitical way. The second thing, it's becoming more important and more relevant, is keeping my folks safe. And that part, I've never expected to have to be able to be concerned about keeping families safe, so that for me, this is becoming more and more of a job that I have to do and take away from what I was assigned or signed up to do, which was to investigate and do these things. So when you talk about potential frustrations with communication, I am personally frustrated with anything that places my employees and their families in enhanced danger. Our children, their children, did not sign up for this. Mr. Attorney General, do you agree that politically charged rhetoric claiming that law enforcement agents, and I have many questions if you could be brief, are corrupt and contribute to this onslaught of threats against public servants?
Okay, as I said in my opening statement, we have had an astounding number of threats against public servants over the last several years. I think that when career public servants in the Justice Department and in election workers and airline crews, when they are singled out, this can lead to threats of violence and actual violence. We have the actual example of an attack on an FBI office by somebody who was incensed by political rhetoric. This does happen. We must not allow that to happen in this country.
Does the rhetoric regarding the Biden case have any basis in reality?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that first part.
Does the rhetoric regarding the Biden case have any basis in reality?
No, it does not.
How does this impact FBI and DOJ employees' ability to do their work? I think you mentioned specifically FBI and DOJ employees.
As I've already said, the agents of the FBI and the prosecutors understand that criticism comes with their job, and they will continue to do their jobs without fear or favor. But the idea of threatening their safety or that of their families is just abhorrent.
Thank you. And I assume that provisions have had to be in place to protect these agents and their families.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the first part.
I assume that provisions or protections have had to be in place to protect these agents and their families.
Yes, that's correct.
Let me move on. Thank you very much, Mr. General. Let me move on to the fentanyl crisis, and I want to introduce H.R. 4272. But let me just put on the record so that you can probably summarize, and I ask for the indulgence of my chair, but in any event, that the FBI, the DOJ are focused, needlepoint focused, if you will, on the crisis of fentanyl. I want to just raise that for you, and then I just want to follow up with 1 or 2 other questions, if you would be able to comment on these collectively. I am dealing with the crisis of human trafficking and the prioritizing of America's children. They are under siege. and the level of child sexual abuse materials generating into human trafficking, and I want to put HR 30 on the record, indicates from ICAC that there are 99,000 IP cases where they're enticing children, and maybe only 1% of them being investigated. I'd like your comment on that. And finally, in the approach of of Yom Kippur, to emphasize the work that is hopefully still being doing with anti-Semitism, attacks on immigrants, and African Americans and Latinos. If you would answer those questions, fentanyl, the human trafficking, and then domestic terrorism.
These are all horrendous problems propagated by people who are truly evil. We are fighting the fentanyl scourge in every possible way, starting with the precursors in China, to the labs in Mexico, to the cartels that are bringing the drugs into the United States, to their networks in the United States, to the streets of America. And we will continue to do that with every resource that Congress gives us. Human smuggling and sex trafficking are obviously abhorrent. The Justice Department has task forces on both of these subjects and have brought many, many cases on these subjects. The idea of putting sexually explicit material about children on the web is another area that we are continuing to investigate and to prosecute and to ask the social media to take down from their sites.
Gentlelady's time has expired.
On that recorded vote until later in the markup.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, ma'am.
I have an amendment at the desk.
My colleague from Texas has an amendment. Would you report that out, Mr. Clerk, and give us just a few minutes or a few seconds to circulate that?
Amendment number 10 on health, offered by Ms. Jackson Lee.
My friend from Texas, Ms. Sheila Jackson Lee, we yield 4 minutes.
And we are friends from Texas, Mr. Chairman. And I wish that we could move and proceed accordingly, because I don't think any American benefits from a government shutdown. I'm wearing red today, standing in solidarity with the UAW workers, who obviously would be hurt by the continuing conditions they experience, just as the writers in California are suffering from the conditions they're experiencing. This amendment stops the threat of a government shutdown by restoring 2024 appropriations to the funding levels agreed to in the Fiscal Responsibility Act of 2023. It prevents the dangerous cuts envisioned by extreme actions in this House by the majority, particularly reductions to protect or to programs that protect health and well-being of Americans. Let me put into the record, because a good friend obviously cited Singapore, 334,223,854 people are in the United States as of January 2023. Don't think in any way Singapore competes. We like the work Singapore does, but they benefit by the trade they do with the United States. We're trying to fix and help the people in this country. And so my amendment is to emphasize protecting them. This increase to the budget authority and outlays for Function 550 will prevent extreme funding cuts that stifle life-saving biomedical innovation, surrender to ongoing public health crises in mental health, opioid use, HIV/AIDS, and health disparities. In particular, this would save the National Institutes of Health by $17.4 billion. It is below the enacted level funding, including a cut of $216 million for National Cancer Institute, a cut of $139 million for the National Institute of Neurological Disorders and Strokes, a cut of $139 million for the National Institutes of Mental Health. All our local communities like Houston, Texas, and other states and cities depend on. A cut of $1.5 billion for the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, funding cut by $1.6 billion. Democrats are working with President Biden to improve access to health care. Last year, I offered amendments in the last cycle to protect Medicaid and Medicare. And we're trying to lower the cost of life-saving drugs for Americans by slashing, but Republicans are slashing investments in health research that improves health and well-being of all Americans. Investments in research, especially those focused on cancer and other diseases such as diabetes, dementia, are critical in improving the lives of hardworking Americans. Surrender to ongoing public health crises. As I indicated, funding cuts to substance abuse, mental health services, and SAMHSA, Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, would worsen the conditions of Americans, harm women's health, provide access denying them access to health services, would harm women's health and deny women's rights to privacy, autonomy, reproductive rights. In addition, this would hurt and cut funding for maternal and child health block grants and eliminated funding. Family planning. So the Jackson Lee Amendment is responding to the over 334 million Americans, hardworking Americans in this land, restoring our numbers back to the appropriate 2024 appropriations level, submitting to the record a statement, House Fiscal Year 2024 Appropriations Bill governed by our Republican friends reveal an extreme agenda that would set women back decades. Please join me in a bipartisan effort to at least give one of the greatest obligations we have, besides democracy, is to keep our people healthy and having access to good health care. Join me in supporting working Americans by supporting the Jackson Lee Amendment.
Your submission, Ms. Lee, without objection, is so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And now I will ask if there are any members who would like to claim time in opposition to the amendment. Ms. Spice from Oklahoma, yield 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment is unnecessary. Our budget proposal does not cut any of the priorities mentioned. The proposal continues investment in biomedical research and public health. It also is extremely important as our nation responds to the deadly opioid and fentanyl epidemic. The budget prioritizes our nation's response to the deadly opioid and fentanyl crisis by including a policy statement directing resources to combat fentanyl and opioid abuse. It also includes efforts to secure the border and reduce the supply of harmful drugs into the nation. You know, it's sort of ironic that this amendment claims our budget includes, quote, funding cuts that stifle life-saving biomedical innovation. President Biden and Democrats' Inflation Reduction Act established government price setting for medicines in Medicare, restricting seniors' access to innovative cures and therapies. This has stifled patients' hope for new drugs, especially for pediatric and rare disease patients. Even the CBO's nonpartisan analysis concluded the Inflation Reduction Act will lead to fewer medicines reaching patients. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to submit this article from the Wall Street Journal detailing how Democrats' drug price setting policies are already killing new development of cures and therapies into the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment is unnecessary. It ignores the budget commitment to life-saving biomedical research and innovation and investment in public health priorities, including our response to the opioid crisis. I urge a no vote on the amendment, and I yield back the balance.
I thank my friend from Oklahoma and yield 1 minute for closing comments. And after this amendment, we're going to pause for everyone to go vote and come back here at 2:30, if you would, please. Ms. Sheila Jackson Lee, 1 minute.
Mr. Chairman, thank you so very much. There's nothing that has been offered in opposition to, in complete clarity, suggest that the draconian cuts that are occurring will not stifle life-saving biomedical innovation, worsen ongoing public health crises and mental health, opioid use, HIV, AIDS, and health disparities, and in particular, women's health. The opponent has no basis on that. We know that if you make these kinds of cuts, you will interfere with and absolutely undermine these very specific programs. But let me also add the crisis that I face in my state of Texas. I've joined Congressman Doggett in a letter that has asked CMS to stop Texas from eliminating people based on procedural errors, their errors. We lost 100,000 people off of Medicaid because of Texas errors on the procedure. And just a few days ago, 24,000 children lost Medicaid. When you make these kinds of overall cuts, you don't know what havoc you're creating. This draconian shutdown budget is creating havoc and you're taking health care from hardworking Americans, including those like the UAW workers, the writers in California, and any other worker who's out there every day trying to support their families. I ask my colleagues to support the Jackson Lee amendment. We try to put the House back together again. We try to rebuild the house that has been torn down. We try to help men and women and families have their lives saved. And I ask support for this amendment.
The question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Ms. Jackson Lee. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chairman, as I ask for a roll call, may I ask unanimous consent to put this letter to CMS on September 19, 2023 into the record?
Absolutely, without objection,
And a
so
roll call
ordered.
vote.
And we will roll call according to the agreement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Later on in the markup. Now, the committee will now recess, subject to the call of the chair. We'll see you back here at 2:30.
Hi.
Hi. We were just asking. This is the pool.
Pool for all the networks.
Pool for all the networks, yes.
We just make sure we're...
So, what is the plan today, or going on right now?
Well, this is a very difficult time for the American people. That's really the priority of Democrats, and it should be clearly stated over and over again. Democrats have never wanted the government to shut down. Our Democratic leader has been consistently engaged or ready to engage with the Speaker to be able to proceed as the agreement occurred in the spring, and that was with the President, the Speaker, and the Senate on the numbers that we would use and how we'd proceed with our appropriations. You cannot engage when you have an unreliable negotiator, and you cannot engage when you have a conference driven by MAGA Republicans. My worry is for cities and counties, for mothers and fathers and children, and that's what Democrats are going to be working on. And so we are going to the floor now to hear the rest of the debate. We're reviewing the document that was thrown on us in the last hour, and we're going to do what is right for the American people.
Congresswoman, is it your understanding that the caucus wants to wait to see how the Senate vote plays out before deciding how to vote on the CR that's been offered by Republicans?
We are in discussions. I'm not going to divulge how we want to proceed, but I will tell you that we know that the Senate will be voting at 1 for cloture, and all the documents have to be reviewed. Anything that impacts millions of federal employees, the United States military, Social Security, teachers, child care, Head Start, we've got to take a serious look at this. But the main point is that Republicans got on this train recklessly and have driven this reckless train into a train wreck, which is a shutdown. We, the Democrats, want to stop it, and that's what we're going to try and do right now.
So how do you plan on voting?
I plan on engaging with the caucus and making sure that we find a unified decision.
Thank you for
Thank
your
you.
time.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
I'm going to run where others
Let me first of all ask to put into the record the information about Washington being #1 in police per capita and the amount of money spent on crime.
Without objection.
Thank you. Let me, again, the stories were horrific, and crime victims, there should be zero tolerance, and we all have to come together to make that happen. I am, to Mr. Jablonski, to watch your little one. I know what that means to you. Thank you for your courage to come here today, sir. Thank you,
Congressman.
Thank you. Let me try to get our hands around what we need to do. So let me just get right to the heart of things, Ms. Apia. What is the district doing to address violent crime? What is the district doing to address carjackings?
Sure. So we describe the ecosystem because that's important, and so the district's making investments in all of those spaces. The first is prevention. I agree with Mr. Pemberton that obviously enforcement is important, but to us, I have a public health background. Preventing crime is the best way to have less victims.
So there's been significant investments made in violence intervention and prevention, which we're grateful for the investments that were made through the American Rescue Plan Act, which allowed us to put funds into violence interruption services and also victim services. The district grants $100 million worth of grants to providers, community-based
But
providers.
you are not, you're not thwarting or stopping your police from engaging right on the streets, arresting and bringing in carjackers.
That's correct. There are a number of policing strategies. All of these have to work together.
And you are respecting the police for them to do their job.
Mayor Bowser is that you will find no mayor who is more supportive of the police than Mayor Bowser.
What is the greatest challenge for the district's ability to respond to violent crime?
One of it is the complexities of our federal local system. You heard Mr. App describe information sharing. We know that even law enforcement strategies like focused deterrence or otherwise work when the entities all work together. We don't have one governor or
My staff is
others
making note of that right now. There's no reason there should not be information sharing. Let me move quickly, if you don't mind. I've got a short period of time. You enacted emergency legislation in July that changed the landscape of prosecutions. Do you want to just let us know how that is happening? And is that the same legislation as the prioritizing public safety emergency amendment?
That's correct.
So I want to hold up that this is law.
Correct.
Can you just give us a snippet? I've got so many other questions I want to ask Mr. App.
It increases the presumption for pretrial detention, which has led to more people being held pretrial. It increases penalty for things like unlawful discharge of a firearm. There's things related to pretrial detention for juveniles, which we know is an issue. There also was a companion bill that clarifies the ability of law enforcement to pursue in a manner consistent with safe policy.
Okay. Does the declination rate, is that coming down? Because the U.S. Attorney said it is.
I can't speak on behalf of the U.S. Attorney, but we are seeing more holds for those with gun crimes, so we can make, I can't say causation, but certainly a correlation.
So you have strong gun laws, but your surrounding neighbors don't. And so the issue is you don't block any citizen from having their guns, legal guns, but what you're seeing is the gun trafficking on the street.
That's correct.
And how does that happen?
So we have significant gun trafficking from our neighbors in Virginia, Maryland, North Carolina, South Carolina, and Georgia. That is where the illegal flow of guns into the district is. So working with our partners like ATF and FBI and our federal partners is deeply important to help us stop gun trafficking and the flow of
So you are committed to fighting gun trafficking and carjacking, things that, and robberies on the street.
Without equivocation, we are.
And so the alcohol, tobacco, and firearm, and FBI, for those acronyms may not be familiar, they can do a lot more, or you can work a lot more with them. Is that my understanding?
That's correct.
Mr. App, let me first of all very quickly indicate that correction of Mr. Stimson, there is no mandatory minimum for gun possession in the federal laws, but there is a mandatory minimum in D.C. They're not weak on crime in many instances, but they do have to help their victims and stop that. Mr. App, why don't you explore your COVID pandemic concept? Because I agree with you. And though you say that crime here is huge, but just explain that concept about the surge in crime across America.
Sure. So
the gentleman's time has expired, but you may answer the question, Mr. Abt.
You may answer the question, but thank you.
Sure. So in 2020, we had one of the largest single-year increases in homicide across the country that we've ever seen, approximately 28%. And as I said, no jurisdiction or almost no jurisdiction was spared, regardless of political affiliation. Violent crime rose again the following year, was flat in 22, and is now slightly coming down, thankfully. And as I said, most experts agree on generally 3 reasons for this surge in crime. Although Mr. Stimson is correct that there was a surge in crime in 2016 as well. But focusing on this 2020 surge, it was the pandemic itself, unrest following the murder of George Floyd, and this massive surge in gun sales. All 3 of these things together contributed to pushing the rates higher, and as we get farther from that, they seem to be decreasing.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to the witnesses. Thank you for your presence here.
Thank you, gentlelady. I yield and now recognize the gentlelady from Texas, the ranking member, Ms. Jackson Lee.
Mr. Chairman, thank you so much for your courtesies, and thank you to my colleagues that are here, Ranking Member Nadler, Congresswoman McBath, Congresswoman Dean, and we are pleased that the District of Columbia Representative Congresswoman Eleanor Holmes Norton is present today. Make as many efforts to hear her voice. Let me be very clear. We're in the midst of disarray. We have no speaker. And for those of you who watch Democrats come in, we're in a very serious caucus meeting, which is our responsibility. So please forgive us for any short delay that you may have seen. It is no offense intended. And the first thing I want to say is to those who've been victims of crime, that there is no greater responsibility for those of us in Congress, those of us in local government, those of us who will lead cities, and those of us who lead cities, to realize that our people, the people there, our greatest responsibilities. I want to be a problem solver and a crime fighter. And so, having lived here even before I was a member of Congress, and enjoyed the blessings of being a resident of the District of Columbia or working in the District of Columbia, I can assure you I have a great affection for this city, separate and apart of its historic responsibility or role as the capital of the United States, which I tell all of my elementary school children about how important Washington is. But I do want to say that we need to be serious about what has happened to you as a victim. And my colleagues seem to want to exaggerate not your injury and the fear, but the idea that we were also attacked on January 6, 2021, when there were no voices from my friends on the other side of the aisle about the violence that came to the city, and no interest in voting for the commission that we were trying to put forward. So I want to make sure that when this hearing gets through that we have solutions for you, and that we either work with federal funds, which I know that your member is working on. But as I do so, let me be very clear, this is a challenging moment. We embrace our victims. We want them to be, in essence, never victims again, but protected in the status that they're in. But in the record, I must place that 10 cities that employed the most police officers per capita in 2022, Washington, D.C., 542.91 per 100,000. Doesn't need residents. Doesn't mean not more are needed. It means we need to work together. The 10 cities that spent the most on policing per resident in 2022, Washington, D.C., number one, $751.62 per person. So we need to find a way to get to the core of the violence, the violent criminals off the street. This uptick in crime is concerning, not only for the residents who call this city home, especially in the areas of the city that bear the brunt of the most violence, but also for the millions of visitors who come to experience its rich history, culture, its warmth, and important political institutions. That's why I hope we will have a genuine discussion today that focuses on solutions. We can't win by finger pointing. We are in the midst of finger pointing now, and we have no speaker. It is essential that Congress prioritize the safety and security of those who live, work, and visit the district by ensuring that federal government, we must do our part. And I am a big believer in federal resources matching local resources for your safety. The District of Columbia is unique in many ways, and one of them is the complex relationship it shares with the federal government. While its status as the nation's capital brings many benefits, it also brings many challenges. We're in here every day as guests, but we also create an extra financial burden. In combating violent crime, the District of Columbia has taken a multifaceted approach that includes passing emergency legislation supported by the mayor that filled in gaps in pretrial detention procedures for violent criminals. You're holding more of these criminals now, bolstering law enforcement programs and recruitment, implementing community policing initiatives, and instituting a juvenile curfew in certain hotspots. And we know that we have to work with juveniles. We know they're in the midst of juveniles going forward into the 20s. are those who are in the mix, and those in the late 20s are the ones with mostly the gun violent incidences. We understand that. So enhancing the use of technology such as CCTV cameras to combat crime. Additionally, the district has focused on crime prevention strategies such as increased investment in youth programs, education, job opportunities for at-risk individuals. It doesn't help you to say that there is a crime wave across America. Every city has to take responsibility, and I realize that because people are in pain. But the district's response to any type of crime, whether violent or not, can be complicated by overlapping jurisdictions and responsibilities between local and federal law enforcement. I want to find a smoother way of finding that common ground that they can work together along with your distinguished member of Congress. We know that the federal government's presence in the district, while providing unique opportunities for collaboration, also creates challenges. We want to, for instance, despite the obvious needs for agencies from both governments to work together and share information vital to public safety, like the identity of an individual suspected of committing multiple robberies, communication between the two agencies or entities can be stymied by legal red tape. Let's stop that. That's why it's crucial for Congress to ensure coordination and communication among the multiple agencies that possess jurisdiction over different areas of the criminal justice system. I hope our witnesses today will offer solutions, establish greater coordination and cooperation between the local and federal law enforcement. We must also consider the resources required to combat violent crime. Get violent criminals off the street is what we all should collectively want to do. Wraparound services and helping those who can get out of the criminal mindset, get them away from this and you won't see them again. Let's not eliminate that opportunity. Let's deal with mental health services that may also be engaged. Both the local and federal governments must continue to allocate sufficient funding, investment, resources for law enforcement agencies, crime prevention programs, community initiatives, and if, as they perceive, the local government, the needs for additional law enforcement officers. Public safety. Helping to strengthen these vital institutions will support the district's ability to address the underlying causes of violent crime. I spoke with the U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia, Matthew Graves, who lives in the district, loves this city, and will have the same impact on him as any other person that may be subject to the acts of a violent criminal. He is using every tool that he has available to address violent crime, including carjackings, robberies, as well as a flow of illegal guns in the city from states from Virginia and Georgia. I did not hold up on the inquisition that I gave of him yesterday in a very lengthy conversation. He assured me that they are at a point where 90% of the individuals arrested for the most serious violent crimes, which are homicide, carjacking, rape, and assault with intent to kill, are being prosecuted. He also noted that a significant decrease in number of cases that his office chooses not to prosecute after inheriting a decline rate of 70%. He is working to get rid of that number and to prosecute cases. So there is a stitching together and a work, but we must do a lot to help move forward the crime lab, get it on its feet, and get it where it is moving cases forward. We can be helpful in that, and I hope the Congresswoman will allow us to be helpful or to instruct us how best to do that. As Democrats continue to offer solution after solution to make all American communities safer to work, it is important that we rid the streets of illegal firearms. Let's not make light of that. Hold offenders accountable, address the root causes of violence, such as poverty and housing instability and addiction. And Republicans have yet to join us on all of these issues. We can't just point the finger. We've got to work on all of them. The surge in violent crime in the district is a problem. I want to hug every victim, but I would like to say, I don't want you to be a victim. I don't want victims in Houston, Texas. I want to make sure that we get to this point where we live safely in the nation and in our communities, so we can establish stronger partnerships, sharing information, and as well, making sure that we are together as not only Washingtonians, that we are now, but as Americans. Mr. Chairman, I'm yielding a second to Congressman Eleanor Holmes Norton. I'm yielding you a moment just to comment on the record. You're going to yield to her? All right.
She will be yielded. Time.
She'll be yielded. I just wanted to make sure. Thank you so very much. Thank you, Chairman, Ranking Member Nadler. By establishing this ability to work together, My goal here is to sit here and listen to you with respect, and my mind will be calculating how we continue to work with you, your mayor, your law enforcement, your Washingtonians, your excellent member of Congress, and the federal government to do what we're supposed to do, which is to ensure the national safety of the American people. With that, I yield.
I now recognize the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Sheila Jackson Lee.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, and thank you to you and the ranking member for holding an important discussion. And I think it is important to establish the heinousness of the attacks by Hamas and the violence shown. And we in America should be steadfast and in front of the outrage of anti-Semitism and the violence that it generates. And we must ensure as well that as this nation respects all faith, that we tolerate no violence against any faith, including Muslim Americans. And I think in this committee, we want to have the homeland protected, and we want to be able to be honest and speak to those issues as very important, that we protect against such violence should not be tolerated. I am grateful, Mr. Warwick, for your presence here and all the other witnesses, and may I start with you on this whole concept of Iran using the forward defense. One would call that cheating and hiding. Cheating by having violence perpetrated, but hiding behind other groups. And forward defense is a nice foreign affairs term, but I think that is what it is. And so can you dig a little deeper into that strategy? And that is using Hezbollah, using Hamas, and other terrorist groups, and Iran either funding, directing, giving strategy, training, and how dangerous that is. And as a Homeland Security Department, Homeland Security Committee, how much attention we should give to that issue.
So I know the nuclear file gets a lot of attention, but in fact, Iran's use of proxies, that is to say, its use of military forces not under the control of the national government of the country in which they're located, is actually one of the gravest threats that Iran poses to the region, and it's the way Iran is trying to project its power against Israel and our Arab partners. This is therefore something that needs to be addressed in the most serious possible way, and very much should be the focus of a bipartisan, sustainable strategy against Iran that does not oscillate no matter who controls the White House or the houses of Congress. We need the same bipartisan, sustained approach that succeeded so well for us in the Cold War against the Soviet Union, and the bipartisanship we see in our approach towards China today. We need to have the same bipartisanship in our approach to the threat that Iran poses through proxies and surrogates like Hamas and Hezbollah.
We cannot turn our backs on that. We cannot ignore. And they can possibly recruit other groups and utilize them. The State Department has called them the leading proponent of terrorism. How much do you think Iran knew about Hamas' October 7th bloody attack?
They may not have known the exact day and hour of the attack, but they helped fund, train, and equip and provide facilities for Hamas to carry out some of its deadly attacks. So as everyone on this panel agrees, they are as responsible as anyone other than Hamas's own leadership in the deaths that were suffered on October 7th.
I think that should be loudly pronounced. So let me take you to this point. I think you will recall during the Obama administration, a very serious decision was made, an agreement was made regarding its nuclear assets. I can tell you that the members that were here, included myself, we had books and books of materials. We went into any number of briefings. We wanted to make sure that every line that we could ask, every question, every nuance was pursued, and finally felt that the agreement was the best way to go. And so my question to you is, you mentioned in your testimony that Iranian cyber attacks went down while they were beholden to the Iran nuclear deal and other aspects of their bad behavior. If Iran was following the guidelines, then can you just explore that concept, that there was an impact, and whether or not, and we probably, I hate to say the door is closed, but what kind of future potential any of that has, but mainly there was an impact.
Yes, it's important to understand Iran's peculiar sense of symmetry. It makes it understandable, and it should help guide us in our efforts to defend the homeland, because anything done to the Iranians, they'll find some way to do something similar to the United States. And this is why I say that deterrence doesn't work, but raising our defenses does.
And so your next steps for this committee would be what?
We have to encourage the American people to do more on cybersecurity, the private sector in particular. In many businesses, the small businesses, the backbone of our country, do not have enough cybersecurity protection. It's important for the American people to increase our cyber defenses. I'm not worried about the big, Amazon, Google, those companies. I'm worried about the medium and small businesses and what each of us individually can do.
Thank you. I yield back.